30, I'll call the workshop to order. If it's okay with the board, we discussed at our agenda setting meeting today, taking the Sundance Film Festival item on the workshop first for a couple of reasons. Number one, so that when we turn in our ballots, the town clerk can tally them up instead of this meeting, instead of 5 minutes in between the workshop and the board from your record. And also, before Rodney finishes the ballots, there are a couple of clarifications about the resolution that we adopted that created the task force specified that it would have one member from the EDC and one member from representing the creative districts. I was anticipating that those entities would basically nominate or suggest one person, and I believe it's clear that the EDC is recommending, I suppose is the right word, Asa Firestone.
Actually, I guess they did not discuss it at their meeting.
We had no quorum.
Oh.
So there was like.
But he's the only one who.
But not everybody was there to really.
But they did.
The weeds, but Asa did submit.
Each made an application. I think we had one from Grace too.
No,
So we did not.
no,
No,
Okay.
So,
all, but.
it's more of a default.
Not anymore.
All right, okay, so as that stands, Ace is the only member of EDC that has submitted a question.
Yes.
And then the creative district, as I understand it, we got a few applications, one from Ashton Park, the director, and one from Crystal, who's the president, I guess that's the right title.
Yeah, Ashley
Either or.
and Crystal DeCoster both applied. And I believe you got a message from Crystal today.
Oh,
And depending, it could be either of them for their group. Except, they would love to have a couple seats, so if Ashley is the LCD rep, Crystal could still be considered as one of the business reps. But then there's not a guarantee that she would have that. So do you preference?
Just making sure LCD's at the table.
You'll be at the table, it's just, yeah, we wanted to make, that's why I kept asking which one.
And it's an hours thing, an allocation of hours for Ashley. She's wondering how much time would be involved and her hours are limited. She's given time.
any further questions or discussion from trustees about that?
I had one question about it, or maybe it's a suggestion. The resolution also in its very first line said people had to be either residents or business owners.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure that everybody technically fits into one of those two categories. So my read was to emphasize the later sentences in that paragraph that suggested a lot of other things that might qualify a person. And if there's any ambiguity, then in my opinion, we should opt for more inclusion, not a specified exclusion of people who might not meet that first sentence. So I've assumed that all the applications we got qualify. And that we can pick from among any of those people that we might choose.
Everybody in agreement on that?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's the way I read it as well. Okay. No questions. That's my ballot.
What happens if there's a conflict? I'm sure they will.
There, actually, look at the math, there's a good chance that that could happen, given these many in the applicants. So I guess we deal with that at the regular meeting. When the ballots are in, maybe we have a second ballot, I guess would be my suggestion, if there's 2 or 3 people with the same number of votes for the 7th position.
Mhm.
Just
Well, and the other thing to remember is there's nothing prohibiting this group from, having others involved, in either a sub task force or expert area if they want to, just like you can on your boards and commissions. So even if someone isn't selected tonight, we sure would want them to still be involved in another aspect if they're not on the main task force. Because I would guess this task force is gonna have to meet a couple times a week at first to get caught up. It's gonna be a big time for them. And
There are some who like specifically said that they were more interested in the subcommittee.
mhm.
And if I recall from prior task forces, in particular the housing task forces we had, they did form subcommittees of people who weren't actually on the task force
Sure.
because they found people in town that had particular areas of expertise that they really wanted to get involved. So I think that avenue is certainly that we task force too.
So if there's no other questions for that area,
Okay. Then we will move on to the infrastructure update.
And how many were they supposed to pick? Six?
Seven.
Seven.
and one has to be EVC, one
Gotcha.
has to be LCD.
Okay.
Okay, so those who haven't met Justin yet. This is Justin Dole. He's our town engineer and project manager for us. And Aaron is flying across the country and driving his daughter back from college, so Justin is going to do the presentation tonight on three different infrastructure projects that have been high priority for this group. One being the wastewater treatment facilities, which we haven't delved very far into other than the UED. The historic culvert that runs north and south through town, and then Second and Third Avenue stormwater and street projects. So we're gonna go through those. This is just a workshop, so please stop, ask questions. Some of you have more information than others, but we know some of you, these will be totally new projects, so please ask questions as we go along. We have a full 45 minutes or so for this, even a little more, so please ask what you need to. Justin.
All right, well, thank you. So yeah, I don't know if there's a preference you want me to start with, or
I think
I can pick one and we can go from there.
it's probably in the order they were advertised if we could. Wastewater.
This wastewater.
Mhm.
There's that.
While you're doing it, there still is an opportunity if we decide to do it to actually tour the wastewater plant,
Yeah.
like the UEB did last week.
Hey, Dolores, are you seeing the share on here?
Oh my
said
goodness,
you
yes,
could go- I asked if you guys could go along, but they're a little further along than the rest of us, so they said they'd rather we do it on our own.
We should do it.
We are-
It wasn't so bad. It was tolerable at the time we were there, so. Atmosphere.
Dolores and Mariah, could one of you just push that side of the TV so you can see better, please? There we go. Thank you.
All right,
Are you able to go into?
display mode.
Oh, that should, there it is. If you're recording, you can sit over here if you need to see better. Oh, okay, I'll stop there for this. Don't mistake me for sergeant. We can put it down.
All right, so the wastewater facility treatment plant, we'll get into a little later, but this is one of our projects that is in design phase right now, and doing some upgrades to the plant. Some of you are probably familiar, the back, it's had a little bit of a colorful history. 2013, it was contracted for a new wastewater facility. Finished in 2016. It had an energy savings guarantee as part of the deliverable for the wastewater treatment plant. Was not performing as was provided in that guarantee, so a lawsuit followed. 2019, there was also work done to allow basically a permitting for the Eastern Corridor. And then in 2023, the lawsuit was settled. Then following that lawsuit, so we kind of went back and looked at where we should begin to try getting to where those performance guarantees were, and to alleviate some of the issues that have come up since then. A wastewater master plan we had completed by a consultant, JVA. And that wastewater plan's been kind of the basis for this upcoming work that we have as well. So, uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. Two things at once when it's.
You need me to share some marks, change some on my end or get
You're
there?
good.
With wastewater plants, they're really heavy on the permitting side with the state, so you can't really touch them without, usually submitting some sort of change to your existing permit, and that usually involves providing a study or updated, engineering documents to support whatever you're doing. So these are some of the planning documents that have been, for this facility. The 2011 was for the new facility, along with the 13. Then 2018 had the site application for the Eastern Corridor. In 2021, there was a conversion of a permit. It was kind of more of a paperwork exercise, but going from an individual permit, which is usually a little bit more like you would see something for an industrial facility, to go into a general permit, which is a little more typical of a wastewater plant. And that permit is what basically governs what discharge levels we can have, for the plant.
Justin, let me interject to the other, the big change that change your permit made was not just discharge limits, but intake limits. You're limited on biochemical oxygen demand, POD, and total suspended solids, and those are tested on the inflow into the plant. And before that permit change, we were routinely exceeding by a considerable amount of permit limits, and we were at risk of being fined by CDPHE. When they made that permit change in 2021, the limits got revised upward, so that since that time, we've been basically, for the most part, well under those permit limits. So it made a huge difference in terms of our compliance with our testing permits.
Yeah, it's a good call on the, yeah, because I think the individual permits, like you're saying, are usually very restrictive on everything because they're more industrial based, where yeah, that general is a little more flexible. And then in 2024, we had the facilities master plan that JVA put together. So just some kind of other concerns or with the plant. It is surrounded by a floodplain, kind of an island there. I know sometimes that gets brought up. It's pretty typical. I would guess probably well over 50% of wastewater facilities are usually in a similar boat, just because you're usually discharging to a river, and you're usually wanted to be in the lowest place possible from a drain to get the water conveyed to the plant.
Yeah, can I add right here?
Yeah.
So, after the flood, we did do these feasibility studies that Justin was talking about, and we looked at several options. One was moving the wastewater plant to the Eastern Corridor. We do own a piece of, well, we don't own, we have an agreement with Boulder County and to allow us to use 10 acres on the north side of the south property of Cemex for municipal use. So we looked at one there, having a plant there. We looked at connecting to Longmont, which at that time was 9 million, now it's 20. And then looked at replacing it here. And part of this reason was, you know, that in the 500-year event, of course, the whole plant was inundated, but we only plan and build out to a 100-year event. So in a 100-year event, it will be safe right here like this, the island, but we still won't be able to get to or from it unless you're in a boat. So this is still not ideal by any means, but it is of the options that were reviewed and FEMA would approve. This was it.
Tori, does any of the mitigation they did around the plant, does that affect, It stayed in the 500-year flood? I mean, because now on the eastern side, you now have that swale, which wasn't there before.
Yeah, those are all built into the flood mapping now.
Should have,
The overflow maps, what it did, those swales actually were to take it off of the highway and bring it into this flood area between the plant and the highway, instead of taking out the highway. But in a 500, no guarantees. Probably will happen again.
On the long lot option, you hear people bring that around town a lot. Why didn't you connect to Longmont? Why should you be running a plan? Besides the cost of $20 million, we will get that. At the time, we looked at the existing plant, and again, now, it's not just the money, it's going 9 miles and getting easements from CDOT, the railroad, the ditch companies, the property owners, the legal process for acquiring the pathway 9 miles to Longmont would be
That's part of the
incredible.
cost. But it is, even the bigger issue now is they still think it would be $90,000 to have a facility here to pump it there.
Yeah.
So it is a lot of money.
So $90,000 a month to have the facility to pump the sewage.
To
So
Longmont.
how does that, so that's $1.080 million a year. How does that compare with the operating costs now? For,
Or,
yeah, clarify, I think the 90,000 is the Longmont charge to the town for the processing.
oh,
for
okay,
servicing our waste,
okay.
Yeah,
but
and
we'd still need a pump.
yeah, we'd still need a pump, so we would have operations cost, and then kind of going back to what I said about permittings and paperwork, Longmont on their end would have to go through that to prove that their plant can take it, and they may have to add infrastructure, so we'd be looking at a large tap fee, if you will, to connect, which could probably be in the order of millions as well.
I wish it was a better option.
The Longmont option is an estimated 20 million just upfront cost, and then a million.
To have them service our waste.
And you still have a facility basically.
Here.
Yeah, so.
So it's current state plus all that.
Yeah,
Well, not exactly the current state, but it would be a facility of some sort. We wouldn't be treating all the waste, we would just be holding it and pumping it.
So the town staff and our operator, Ramey Environmental, we took that JVA report and kind of looked at the funding we had available and what were kind of some of the biggest bang for the buck items and things that were causing us issues, because we didn't have nearly enough funds for everything that would be nice to do, but so this was kind of the bigger list of priorities the plant needs. Dewatering of the sludge, so that's really just kind of squeezing out the water out of the solids. Right now, our dewatering centrifuge, we have a centrifuge set up, is not very efficient. And so that will not only help the plant operate better, but it should increase efficiency and reduce some of our operating cost and be more in line with our permit levels as well. Similar with the blowers, our current blowers are undersized for our loading limits. And most of them are one's been replaced, but two are needing replacement. So it's also kind of a good time to be looking at them as well. Our UV system, so this is kind of the last step before water discharges to the river, and this is what disinfects the water going to the river. Most plants are either a UV system or a chlorine system. The UV uses the UV light to treat the water and disinfect. But our system, it's older. They manufacturer keeps saying that it will be discontinued at some point, so it needs upgraded, and then it also needs upgraded because it's not the most user-friendly setup. Non-potable water usage is another item for the plant. Currently, the plant uses potable water for a lot of the uses within the plant, so the plant uses water to clean off like screens and grates. That is one use. The other one is it needs water pumped into the air filtration system. Right now it's using potable, which actually kind of works against us because the air filtration system uses microbes to clean itself, and the potable water with the chlorine kind of disturbs those microbes. So it's a constant battle of keeping that system going using the potable.
Is that the odor control that you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the clean water is basically killing the bugs that would prevent the odor.
Yeah, or it would work better if it didn't have chlorinated water, yeah. I'm probably missing a few things, but anyways, there's a lot of water usages in the plant that don't need to necessarily be potable water. And so that could be a useful upgrade. We obviously make plenty of water going through the UV system. It's just a storage problem that we have at the moment of having that demand when we need it to be able to kick on enough water, or have enough water when a pump kicks on that it can supply whatever system is using it. The other one is the wet well. This is basically where all the wastewater coming into the plant comes into. It's kind of the far north end. The current wet well it's about 30 feet plus or minus down. It's pretty deep, but it's undersized for what we need. And so if we actually have a day where we meet those permit levels, we're basically maxed out as far as storage capacity in it. And it's also a problem from the other way, is when you have a real low day of water coming on, when the pump kicks on, it just almost instantly dries it up. So you have a lot of pump cycling. That's also really inefficient and kind of hard on the pumps as well. I guess that's all we have for that one, so. Any questions
For wastewater.
for wastewater?
Want to talk
Well,
climate
what
change?
do the options cost?
We're still working through that. We're partway through the design, but in the order magnitude, probably 5 million.
And how much do we currently spend per month, like in comparison to the 90 grand? That's a long month.
I believe 40 something.
So, yeah, so we are applying for several different mechanisms to pay for this. We do have some in reserves.
Yeah.
To help, but we probably the largest that would be a grant is this congressionally directed spending that we've asked our federal legislators to fund, and all three have moved it forward for the dewatering portion of 1.7 million. So if that comes through, that would cover that area. And then we have he doesn't have a page on finance in there.
I did not.
Okay. Then we also are applying for several different, what's the other grant for that one? We have applied in the past for several different grants, and this is a tough one to get for them. But DOLA sometimes helps finance these sorts of things. And then we have not quite 3 million in reserves to use toward improvements as well. But they're all, everything's a little different depending on the timing of all this. If we were able to upgrade all of it, Justin, what time frame are you thinking of for wastewater?
Probably roughly an 18-month project, I would believe.
So we have a little time to work with that and continue to apply for
And
other.
then the backup source, if we don't get the grants, is the, the low interest loan.
The low interest loan from the state. And there's it's called the State Revolving Loan Fund.
Yeah.
Through CDPHE, it's through the Water Quality Division. Even though it's wastewater, they look at it as water quality because it's going back into the river. So that is an option for us as well. And that cycle, we're going to try to make either the July 5th cycle, if not August, because they need environmental studies and all the things you have to do to be able to, they've accepted our application, they've accepted the project. Now we're in the next phases of doing the environmental, the engineering, all of those things. So we're gonna try to make the July 5th, but if not, there's another cycle for August. But the state revolving loan is such that when it goes, when it's gone, it's gone. And so, you know, the sooner you can get it in, the better for you. And so we're trying to make that timeline. And that amount, that was over 3 million. Yeah, that's over 3 million.
I guess we should mention that's how the current plant was
Yeah,
largely
it is.
paid for. We got $1 million grant, I believe, from Source, State Energy Office, something like that. But we still have, when you see debt service in the water wastewater fund, most of it's the big ticket item is paid existing department. So we've already gone to that source once, we'll be going back to it.
So it's not that the plant isn't operating, it's just not operating efficiently. And to be able to add more waste from the eastern corridor, we have to upgrade the plant and upgrade our permit. And so we need to get that done to be able to add on the eastern corridor. That's what makes this a priority as well. And just FYI for wastewater, we're always looking, residential wastewater is the average wastewater. It's when we get into certain types of commercial and industrial waste that it can upset a small plant. So it's not the idea that we can't add more residential. That's not a big issue for us. It is the specialty waste that comes from places that have high strength wastewater discharge, either with detergents or by organics. And that seems to upset the apple cart the most for us, so.
Is there a hotel with laundry?
Actually, they say a hotel would probably help our case, cause there's more showers and toilets than. You know, it'd be like adding, if there's 70 or 80 rooms. You know, that would be like in Lyons, most homes have either 2 or 3 bathrooms here, so it would not be a big addition.
And I think, subject to change, that
They said they take their laundry
they were
out.
not planning on doing an in-house laundry there, that could change. but
They
that-
wanna have it,
what
they
approved
wanna
did not
have someone
include
else do it. So in that case, it'd actually help our plant. To add more residents.
Yes, on the high strength stuff, I guess we should also mention that in the JVA 2024 master plan, they priced out what the cost would be at various levels of high strength wastewater.
Mhm.
And if we grew our levels of high strength wastewater, if either town growth or industrial growth in the eastern part or whatever, the cost projections weren't 5 to 6 million, they were like 8 to 12 million. So the lower you keep your high strength wastewater, the less you have to do it at the plant, the less it costs.
So in big, large cities, it really gets evened out much more so. But in a small town, even someone like, we call it a slug. They can tell when a slug comes into the plant. They can tell if someone has dumped a quart of paint down their drain. It shows up that much in a town our size. So it has a significant impact when people are not following traditional practices for wastewater. We're in a big city, it just gets absorbed with all the other.
It's also been the case in Lyons throughout this whole process. We've heard this many times, and that Lyons has fairly expensive water. We have get our water from Almont and pay the overhead and all that type of thing, maintain our own facilities. And because of that, and because of probably environmental consciousness on the part of Lyons residents, the average amount of wastewater coming from residences in Lyons is way below average statewide.
Yeah.
And that makes a difference because it doesn't dilute anything else that goes into the plant. So we have a
Yes.
very low dilution factor, you know, we don't want to tell people flush your toilet all the time, but
This,
that's a factor that's dealt with in the design and that we don't have the same.
yeah, the national average for wastewater in a house is 6,000 gallons a month. Lyons only averages about 3,000 gallons a month, so we're very conservative already. And then that doesn't allow, yeah, it just makes that high strength really visible here. If that makes sense. So those mechanisms that Justin was talking about are all ways that we can handle those ups and downs better here.
There are a few things on that too. I mentioned that like the blowers is one that technically per our permit, they need to be larger. So a few of those aren't. Some of them are make things run better. Some of them are actually things that we need to have for our permit as well.
One more question. So when we talked about the wastewater treatment plant before, we talked about the SCADA system.
Scada, mhm.
I noted that wasn't on any of the upgrades, but I think there was mention at that time about improving that system so the plant could work autonomously without having Ramey there all, you know, as many hours,
Yeah.
thus saving money on
Mhm.
that charge.
Yeah.
Is that included in the upgrades?
It wasn't, we did talk about it some. It didn't seem that we would actually, at least currently the way things are going, it wouldn't provide, they wouldn't be able to do a whole lot more remotely if we had that option.
Okay.
And it would be, if we did go that route, it would be pretty much a full redesign of everything, so it was kind of pushed onto the secondary list, but.
Okay, thanks.
They are expensive to upgrade, that's how we manage all of our water permits in Oregon. We got more criteria we were trying to make, from just household sewage.
So
Questions, if not?
if not, we'll plan a tour and you guys can,
Mhm.
we'll try to point out some of those things he was talking about so you can better understand them.
And if you want a tour of one of the great plants in Boulder, I can arrange that one.
Okay.
We've taken many people there, it's fascinating. And everyone who puts stuff down the drains towards some of these, it would change their evil ways.
It would change their evil ways. Okay, so the second project.
All right, this is the Flagstone culvert and this,
How many of you are familiar with this? Not everyone. Okay, so very basic first.
first, okay.
Yeah, I think there's a map right at the beginning.
Yeah, so this presentation was the one that was actually used for the grant, so it maybe slightly embellishes or a little dramatic on a few, though. I think we have,
Great pictures.
They are great pictures.
so yeah, if you're not familiar, this red line, on the map here is not the whole length of this is the Flagstone culvert, but that whole length is at least the drainage way. It basically starts, essentially starts kind of the Reese Street is where the Flagstone culvert starts and goes all the way to essentially the south end of the Barking Dog here. So it goes underneath Reese, Seward, Stickney, High Street, Main Street. Throughout that, it goes underneath several houses, a couple businesses.
It's between the 400 and 500 blocks.
Yep, that's roughly 4 feet by 6 feet, but it varies a fair amount on dimensions. 4 feet tall, 6 feet wide. It's all, the portions we're talking about are all flagstone. It was built in the late 1800s. It's stacked flagstone on the walls, got flagstone on the bottom, and then on top it has large flagstone slabs.
As you saw.
for the roof. Yeah, so similar to that. So the issue with it is that some of those flagstone slabs that make up the ceiling portion of it have cracked, and as you saw in that picture, are slowly subsiding down. So there's another picture where someone made an attempt to try fixing some of those by putting some steel across there, but as you see in the picture, some of the steel is failing as well. This kind of comes from the presentation, a few of these things, but we had the stormwater master plan. It had a total cost of 19.8 to basically do a diversion of this drainage. I'm sorry, let me go back. So this is one of the larger watersheds that comes in town. This whole area above the culvert here, which is primarily, I believe, Boulder open space. There is some private in there as well. Steamboat Valley. Pretty much all drains to this culvert.
And they figured that out apparently in the 1800s pretty quickly to make this a priority, right? So yeah, what's happened is just over years and years of use and machines getting heavier, especially things like garbage trucks. It has just really taken its toll, and we had this investigation done in 2025, and they identified high priority areas that they feel could be liable, we could be liable for, or could cause health and safety issues. And they identified 900,000 number of repairs that we should do as soon as we can.
Yeah, so the 2025 engineering report, they basically did a high, medium, and low priorities. And high and medium totaled almost 900,000.
The high is 500,000.
500,000 is only the
high here.
High, yeah.
The other thing we might mention historically is, obviously this predated all the construction in Upper Steamboat Valley. When Vasquez Drive, Horizon Drive, and Upper Steamboat Valley Drive were built out, I've looked through the old subdivision records, and there were plans. It was recognized this could potentially overload this whole system, and there were tentative plans for doing stormwater detention ponds up there.
Up at the top.
But they never got done at that time, and as time passed, they got more and more and more expensive to do, so that need has never been met in terms of doing some sort of initial stormwater.
you can
detention, so
picture-
everything drains.
Yep, going up Fifth Avenue as far as you can, and then it splits Horizon and Vasquez. That property right there could be a couple large detention ponds that would hold it and make the system drain slower than it does now. If you've been up there, I've been up there after one of those big hail storms we've had in the summer, and it literally was coming in the back doors of people at the end of Fourth Avenue on the cul-de-sac and coming out their front doors. It's just, it can't hold it. It just cannot hold it.
So yeah, the culvert is hydraulically undersized as well, but that kind of goes back to the stormwater master plan. The building a larger culvert and rerouting it is not feasible.
Another 19 million.
One of the things that they wanted to know for the grant is if this, project fell in line with community goals, and obviously it does, as far as, the comprehensive plan wanted to minimize risk and, prevent damages to homes and utilities and everything as well. So we already talked about, we paid for the inspection. If we were able to get these, DOLA grant, the mineral and energy grant that we've applied for, it's a 50-50 match. So that would be, 240,000 match for the town.
Which we are close to having in our stormwater available funds.
It would,
We're close to
yeah, it would take all we have in reserves. But if we get this grant, which we should know actually here by the end of the month. We are not a high scoring, we are not, because it's energy mineral money and we don't have a lot of oil and gas wells in our area. However, Aaron, who made the presentation, said they loved the project. They found it was totally fascinating, worthwhile. The
You're worth
history.
1,000 words.
And so we'll have to see what they do with it, but maybe if we can even get a portion of it through this, in my report tonight, you'll see Tracy found another fund to apply for, that might be able to offset this.
Where does this whole thing empty out?
It all,
Empties out in the creek. Basically, it also runs right next to the town hall right here. So it just goes basically straight south from here.
you know where it comes out right at Fourth, under the new bridge. There's a big culvert.
Oh, okay.
Is that a 24 and 36 inch? It comes down from 6 feet to 36 inches.
And how much danger is there to homes and businesses of toll apps? And what is the town's liability when that
Well,
happens?
that's why they've identified high.
Yeah,
High priority. We do have a couple homes that it makes me wonder if they even came out on when they bought their homes or not. But we have a couple that have, like their playground sets are above it, or it's their side yard. And they're collapsing now. We have had a couple collapse in the alleys already that we've repaired, when they happened. But the high priority areas, we can get that report back out if the rest of you want to see it. But it's in those alleys. It's almost exactly in the middle of Fourth and Fifth. In the alleys, you'll see, those are the biggest risk where the garbage trucks go.
And there are entrances along this, right? So when I was on the fire department, I think that was other safety risks we were looking at. And then there was a bear that used to like to sleep. up
Sure,
there.
yeah. I'm sure it's a wildlife corridor.
Not advisable to enter, however.
No, it is
Yeah,
not.
Lots of stories.
Looking at
about
the
old
pictures, no.
Times when the kids would go down it and you hear all kinds of.
But you can see the power of the water here. I mean, that's pretty significant.
There's two segments of this culvert, I guess, too. There's kind of a one from Reese to Seward. And then there's a little bit of open channel, and then it goes back to a longer stretch from Seward down the main street, basically, or Broadway.
The backup funding source, if we can't find a grant for this, is
The state is offering, they have what they're calling a small brick grant this year, $2 million. So we would ask them for whatever DOLA does not of the 248.
Okay.
there's also.
Right, that's more,
There's a final backstop, there's
Oh, backstop.
potentially borrowing capacity as well.
we could also use if we need the state revolving loan fund, if that could be an option. This would be eligible for that.
So that would cover both the Second, Third Avenue project we're about to talk about and this, because they're really both technically stormwater, right?
Up on the north side of town, yeah.
Do you have something, Tracy?
I was just gonna mention, so for this one, there is a state set aside of brick funds that is a total of 2 million. I was gonna apply for the full amount for this project in case we didn't get the DOLA funding, but if we end up just splitting in half and just using for match, we could do that. And then for the stormwater, the brick grant that we're applying for stormwater is it's a bigger program and it's a national program, but the one that we're applying for this project is just a state only competitive program for within the state.
Other questions?
So this one, go ahead. Elaine.
So yeah, one of the things the grant wanted us to demonstrate was kind of where we were at with it. They want to know that you're fairly far along, so. With the engineering report that we had and some work we've been doing as well, we think we could go pretty quickly and that we mainly just need to kind of finalize the design, and a few of these we would also have to get temporary construction easements for as well.
That is only for high priority though. Yeah, we don't have a plan for medium and low yet.
Oh, okay.
This is just high priority. We could do that in, it's pretty well designed already and ready to go. Oh, this is the grant. You have to describe how your energy and mineral.
I have a question. You said there's already been some collapse
Oh, yeah.
in between Port and Finn. So
Yes,
I see what it looks like from underneath. What does it look like
above,
above?
when it's collapsed, it came in, the ground came in like it looks up here.
Mhm.
And it took down some people's back fences.
Oh, okay.
And I think that was a playground as well, went down. So no, it falls in,
Okay.
falls in. It would not be a good thing to
Yeah.
not see it happening and someone drive it.
Yeah.
What I see on this very last slide with the questions, like
Yeah.
that sort of fix, but how do you fix the inside without redoing everything?
What's the design for fixing it?
Excavation and.
Yeah, so the report, they had a few different options. From a boring engineering standpoint, reinforced concrete slabs, the most reliable and cost-effective solution. One thing is we kind of got into, so you'd have to excavate, remove the old slab, pour a new slab, then cover it back up. One thing that a curveball we kind of got thrown late is that there's some concern that the cultural significance of this and historical, I should say, and trying to preserve what we could. So the picture on the left was kind of one option we thought of basically uncovering the slab, jacking it back to level. Yeah, then basically doweling or bolting it back into a new concrete slab on top so that we can kind of preserve the historical element of it, but then have something that's engineered and we know can handle the load actually above it.
We found quite a few articles about it in the newspapers from the 1800s. And the cost and it was bid and the workers, what the expectation was. So it's all very interesting. And from a Boulder County perspective, this was, quarried. It was like mining for our community, similar to some of the other aspects of production with natural materials. So the group said when and if possible, use sandstone replacement, because it really is not that much more expensive than this, and it lasted over 100 years. But not required in all areas where we knew we needed the reinforcement. So they weren't stuck on that historic part, but they really did find that very, very interesting that it was all hand built over the winter months when people weren't busy. It was pretty. And you guys also looked at, are there areas we could leave back open and not have this as an expense moving forward? But that didn't go very well.
Yeah, as they kind of looked into it further, they thought when you consider all things of people being around and everything, it probably was better to try keeping it enclosed if we could.
From a safety perspective, because when the water's roaring through there,
Was there any consideration for those retention ponds in the design?
Previous, or I think it was maybe a UEB a year ago or so, we kind of looked at it and looked at what our options were in cost, and the ponds are really expensive just because the terrain up there is so steep. Even though when you're driving, it's not, but you gotta build a really large embankment to hold much water, and it's, I can't remember how many acre feet, but it's a lot of water. You basically, if I recall, you need to get down to about a 200 CFS release rate, for this, and that you gotta hold a lot of water to, do that, so. Yeah, you'd probably also be getting into a jurisdictional dam, as well, so then you have added costs for that as you go as well,
And land purchase.
and yeah.
Or you make Boulder County do it up at the top.
Yeah, they did bring that up when they presented this to the states. We said, you know, all this water is coming off of Boulder County open space. And it becomes our kind of issue to deal with, and they did bring that up so that they realize that as well, so we'll see. But, so when we're talking about this project, at least you'll have an idea.
When you said you brought that up, who did you bring that up?
To this, well, the state, when we presented our request for funding, we said this is kind of an inherited issue. And it runs, you guys, it runs under several businesses. I mean,
If you're sitting in the back of way back, to look down a grate and literally.
there's a grate
see down
right
to-
there, yeah.
Sounds like we all need to go on a field trip to way back.
So anyway, we just want to make you aware of these because we have pending grants, loans, all sorts of things for these projects that have been mentioned many times as infrastructure needs. And then all of the studies we're referring to are on our town website. There is a, there on the, what page is that on? Studies, community studies. There is, all of these different studies are there. So if any of you want to look into any of these in, you know, more detail, you're welcome to. They're all, you know, 125 pages long.
The interesting thing about the stormwater master plan from 2016 is it actually identifies this as the number one flood risk in lines, even more so than another river flood.
Yeah.
They said this is the biggest risk we have.
Mm-hmm.
On those community studies
Yeah.
on the website, do they identify those high priority areas in the? in
Yes.
this document?
And also we presented this, it wasn't that long ago. When was that? Six months ago, maybe? So I can probably find it in a board packet too. We did a workshop on it. We're more just bringing this group up to speed.
Yeah, the report to the UEP separately
it had-
color coded what the high priority, medium.
Red,
and
yellow,
long were.
So,
Yeah, this is a very detailed report, so it'll give you exact locations and a cost breakdown on the back and everything for them, so.
so what does weather like this do to this situation when we're getting a true soaker? Will it,
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, water is usually the enemy of infrastructure, so,
I was just
Yeah,
thinking
right.
that, I mean, this is held together because it's so dry. It's just like become clay, it's become like concrete, but this is a pretty good soaker for us, so hopefully we don't see any problems after the event.
Until September,
Till September.
when Super El Nino hits.
Yeah. So anyway, this is that project. And then the last one we want to at least orientate you to a little bit is this. Get you that one geared up, is the Second and Third Avenue stormwater basins. So this is not the same basin. This is to the west of the other two we're gonna talk about. And when we were at our meeting with the county commissioners, this is that meeting that happened right afterwards, so most of you weren't able to go. You can share, you're good.
how's it not?
No, it's not there yet. But this will give you kind of an overview of the next two storm basins to the east of this culvert one.
Yeah, there were about 35 people at that meeting, which is a pretty heavy attendance for those types of meetings. In recent years.
Six or 7 minutes, just.
Okay. I'll try going through this relatively quick. This is the same presentation that we gave at that open house. this project's really or when we say second, third, they're really three projects. Third has a safe routes to school project that includes design and construction.
That's in the blue.
And that is part of the blue and part of the or the blue and the orange. And then Second Avenue is the turquoise one is there. This, like I said, Safe Routes to School project, it's already, we've already won that grant. It's design and construction. And it's basically all the necessary improvements to get a sidewalk on the north and east sides of the elementary school.
We budgeted the match for that already, correct?
Correct. So that is funding, Safe Routes to School is funded through CDOT with the town match. It does include bike lanes up Third, but not Stickney. However, the sidewalk is on Stickney as well. The other project that kind of gets lumped into this was the brick project, which is more of the drainage project. So this is to be able to safely convey the drainage that comes down Third from the cemetery and upstream of that down Third until you get to Main Street. This is funded with a brick grant with a 20% town match, but this is for design only. As you see up there, we are pursuing construction funds through the CDPHE revolving loan.
And that's being done in conjunction with Second Avenue. Those are part of the same.
Yep.
It's the middle.
Yeah, exactly. If you read this stormwater master plan, there was a few of the alternatives that we just kind of talked about as far as detention, things like that for these basins as well. These don't have near the peak flows that the Steamboat Valley Basin does, so for these surface conveyance is the most cost-effective solution. The Second Avenue stormwater and roadway project. So this is basically redesign of Second Avenue from First to Main or to US 36. Once again, conveyance of the stormwater on the surface is the most cost-effective option. This, I am working on the preliminary design of this one, and then if we are successful in getting the loan or grant or whatever we end up getting, we'll hire an engineer to do the final bid package, and that will also fund construction. I think it's on the agenda for tonight. Part of the loan we had to get, we had to have environmental clearance work done as part of the loan application. So we procured a consultant, and that'll be on the consent agenda for tonight.
Justin, we should probably mention on the funding for that CDPHE loan, that the half-cent sales tax increase that voters approved in 2024 has been set aside ever since. We haven't touched that money. Basically, separately keeping track of that. And if you look at your financial reports, I think there's one in the packet tonight. You can see that sum of money set aside for major capital projects, but that would basically be the most likely source of funding to take that loan. If you want to look at it that way, kind of a down payment. I think I calculated that by the end of this year, we'll have about $600,000 set aside. So it's kind of like that's the most likely funding source in terms of what are we gonna, for not only for the down payment, but to borrow that money, how do we pay it back? You would hope that the half-cent sales tax would be able to carry that load.
Yep. So the approximate schedule for these, the Safe Routes to School, project is in design right now and shooting for a 2027 construction date. When exactly in 27 will kind of depend on how fast we get through, design and our review and approvals. Brick, as far as designs on a similar schedule. Then if we do secure funding, any of those stormwater improvements, would likely be in 27 as well. And similar for, Second Avenue as well.
One question I have, the public engagement part of this, we had a very well attended meeting for kind of like rolling out the initial plans. As we go along in phases, will there be additional public input? Because there are a lot of people that had ideas and.
Very strong opinions and ideas.
And on this line, most of it, you're gonna have some people who say, we just gotta have sidewalks, they're essential for safety. And you're gonna have other people who say, out on a water street, we don't need sidewalks. And so at some point, the board gets to make such decisions. It's always a lot of fun.
Was that the first of the public?
Oh, no, there's a lot of other things about whether you need bike lanes or not, what you do with the retaining wall, there's.
Parking on one side, both sides.
Taking out mature trees, I get it.
Yeah, no,
Construction impacted a couple businesses.
I think with the Safe Routes to School grant, eliminating a sidewalk.
Is not an option
Not-
for safe routes, that's why it's there. Yeah.
yeah, the Safe Routes to School, that grant's got, it's
It's
kind
very-
of is what it is, it's locked in for the most part. Now how exactly what's that?
You mean the design?
Not
grant
necessarily the
funds.
design, but what we deliver as far as.
The grant funds for safe routes to school is to put a sidewalk in, so for that little section around,
You're for me.
No, the
no,
elementary.
around the elementary is to put in a sidewalk. What we're saying is that the sidewalk, not sidewalks, but parking and bike lanes on the other two streets might be more optional, but not for the safe routes to schools.
And yeah, and design's progressing, and if we need to alter design, to try avoiding, that's still in the works, but the whole grant is to deliver a sidewalk, so, and things like that. If I was confusing on that. So yeah, back to the community involvement, we will definitely keep, updating as we go and plan to have at least one more open house, if not more, just to go through everything. And yeah, we'll keep, as best we can, keep the website updated with everything. We did set up a separate email just to try keeping track of all of our correspondence for it as well. Yeah, I think we're short on time, but
And then we're looking at having 60% design hopefully by mid-July. And be able to bring that back, and that'll probably be the next step for public. Input.
Any further questions from the board on that? Thank you very much. It's we get a lot of talking about infrastructure generally, but it's sometimes very helpful to put specific pictures and drawings and things with specific projects and to look at the funding as well.
This was a good example too of when having a town engineer on staff was really helpful. Justin was able to do some of this work in-house for us, and because, you have to have the funds to hire the engineer to do that, so. He's been trying to get these detailed, plans in, while doing his other regular things as well, so thank you for doing that, Justin and Tracy, for always keeping your eyes out for grants. And we kind of went over that on that last culvert slide, but Tracy has been part of the team involved now with over 100 federal and state grants totaling over $80 million on time and on budget. So thank you, Tracy, for always watching out for that part of things for us. All right, thank
Thank
you.
you. The next item on the workshop agenda is a discussion of priorities for this board term. And what we did for the last board was at a workshop, I believe. Each trustee basically identified, I believe it was their top 3 priorities, we basically kind of scored those. And then later on, I don't remember how much later, 3 to 6 months, something like that. We had a board retreat and discussed in more detail and sort of, we didn't have to change the priority, we kind of refine the priorities a little bit, in a follow-up workshop. You know, there's some interest in doing with this board as well, so this is just kind of, we're gonna do it like we've done before, this is basically.
Yeah, with the
An opportunity for each trustee to say what their.
which of these things, yeah, and just so the public kind of knows what we did is. When you were first elected, I kind of gave you all just kind of a self-questionnaire for you to start thinking about things. You know, what you would like to be able to say you got accomplished during your term. What sort of things did you possibly run on that you know, hope to get accomplished? And then besides just projects, also, you know, what are just initiative and issues you think this board needs to prioritize over the coming couple of years? And just making this list myself, it was not difficult at all to come up with 5 or 6 items under every area that we work under. Everything from land use, economic development, infrastructure, culture, history, the environment, housing, parks, open space, trails, transportation, administrative site sort of things. So I think our hope tonight was if this group could just kind of, you know, publicly talk about what did this spur, you know, what kind of reaction did this spur for you? And is there anything you feel very strongly about? And then, if we're not all on the same page, especially, do we, you know, want to be in a facilitator and try to define some more measurable goals? If you are mostly on the same page, I can probably work on some measurable goals in a 2-year term, you know, to bring back to you. But who do you want to start with?
I
Anyone?
think I started on that side this time. Ryan,
Goodness.
would you like to go first? Come down and podium this way.
Sure, I feel like I am here to help increase civic engagement among residents of all ages. And I'm looking to, yeah, by improving just feedback loops between boards, this board and commissions and residents. So we can identify ways to work smarter and not harder. Feels vague, but I feel like communication is a key part of what I'm focusing on, just respectful communication, increased communication and transparency. Yeah, just more invitation to a resident.
Trustee Williams.
I think we have a really open-ended question about what kind of a community we want to be, especially as we evolve. It's some combination of who we've been and who we want to be. If we narrow it a little bit from there, it's elements of it and how we accomplish it. One of the things I think we need to have in place to accomplish whatever that goal turns out to be, to make us whoever we want, is some clarity about it. Which honestly is more about the community and about the town of Lyons than it is about the town government of Lyons or the trustees of Lyons. So when you're at the huge end of that funnel, there is so much going into it that I think we need to understand it as best we can. It may not be up to us to drive it. It's really more descriptive than it is prescriptive. And then just some really simple ways to think about how to get there. We probably need a vibrant community of individuals and of businesses And it feels to me like we have that sense of community. I walk around, I feel that a lot of us are very connected. As neighborhoods, as institutions, it's not as obvious to me that we have the vibrant economy that we need. In many cases, we do. We have many elements of it, but we are so much more connected, I think, as community members and as a community than we are as economic players in this town. So all of that is kind of town-wide and not necessarily entirely our responsibility. So one of my philosophies, if I were to pick priorities among what I think are 55 things on this list,
Yeah.
would be to look for things that other people would naturally have responsibility for. If it's fire, I think the fire district naturally has some sense of responsibility. If it's economic vitality, I think our business community naturally has a very substantial amount of responsibility for it. If it's housing, I think developers and others have, including BCHA, all have a lot of responsibility for it. The one thing in here that doesn't feel as if someone else naturally owns it is infrastructure. So infrastructure ends up at the top of my list. And the others get ranked according not just to priority and importance, but how much it should be on our agenda as opposed to being on everyone's agenda. What kind of community we are, or on someone's agenda, fire, housing, economics. If I had to rank them, I would say infrastructure, business, because economics is so important and because we don't quite yet have that cohesive network among members of our business community. It may be rebuilt soon, but I'm not sure we quite are as networked as we want. But that'd be number two. Number three would be fire. I really think the district needs to step up in many ways. And the last one would be housing. I think that is largely a private concern that we keep within guardrails, but we don't take responsibility for it.
And for him, Wingert.
So I'm glad you started at this end. We can all agree over here. I've been saying it for years here, but we have to tap our connected resources and our specialists that we have that are untapped in this town. We have so many of us. I'm thrilled that you're all here with me. And I hope that all the ones that didn't make it are gonna still stay connected. And all the boards and commissions, I was evaluating all of that. But we have more work to do, especially around communication. So anyone who complains about how we communicate should offer some more solutions, because I think we should communicate every which way. I hate Facebook, but it works. I'll post the stuff at the library, I'll post the stuff at the post office. I think we have to reach more people to get that civic engagement. And I've told Mark, I'm totally willing to help on the regional ships. I'm already connected through all of those groups anyway, and many of you are also. We have to work on our infrastructure projects. We have to work on our wildfire mitigation and our emergency preparedness. And yes, we should tap those resources, but we should also educate some of those resources because many of them aren't specialists. The whole, I mean, there's so many good ideas on your list, Victoria, but I mean, utilizing a lot of these boards and commissions, maybe having more subcommittees that we don't have to play with every day, right? Time commitments are a big thing for everyone. Energy efficiency, we haven't really talked about that and the whole global warming aspect, another big one for me. And then teaching people about water usage or sewer treatment. It does change behaviors. I like to teach, I don't like to enforce as well, but I also think I'm an enforcer. I came from a regulated world, pharmaceuticals and energy. For the last 30 years, we need to update our own documents. And make them real again and maybe simpler and, and then also communicate them to the public that we have to address. Hopefully not write a lot more tickets or have some mechanism to force people to do what we want. Like the speed limits. Speak on this. But yeah, communication infrastructure, those are my top two.
I would ask, I've repeated these over and over during the campaign, but I'll repeat them for the record here. Infrastructure is my number one priority, and I take that from the comments about community input and community are well taken. That's where I take my top priority from, because the survey that we've done in terms of particularly budget surveys the last couple of years, that has by far been the number one response. And just in general communications around town, I hear that the most. Probably the most important things we do is provide reliable electricity, water, and sewer services, and street and stormwater drainage to our residents. Other things are nice. I love the artwork. I love the music scene. But and I love the summer concerts and the Christmas parades, but the basics and what in my view we have to take care of. And we just had a presentation on what I think our top three infrastructure projects are. The second I would do is wildfire risk mitigation, because I believe despite much welcome rain today, we are at very high risk. There's been some debate about whether Lyons is quote unquote high risk on various maps or not, but fire district, the community wildfire protection plan that they put forth and that we have adopted recently does identify us as high risk. And even the state map that didn't show Lyons itself as high risk, if you pull back a little bit, it's like we're like the orange area. If you pull back and look where the red areas are, they're basically two arms that stretch from the west and then the north and south all around Lyons. So maybe we're in an orange donut hole or in a kind of a red, mostly circled donut, but I mean, that is very important. And picking up on what Trustee Williams said, yes, there is a lot of responsibility that I believe the fire district should shoulder there. They are the experts. But on the other hand, the fire district lacks the legal authority to make ordinances within town limits. They can do a wildfire protection plan, they can help us get there, but that aspect of it is ours, and it's something the last board is focused on. And with the passage of the adoption of the state wildfire resiliency code, which I'll remind everybody one more time, is prospective only. It doesn't affect existing buildings. And Lyons is 95+% built out. So it seems like to me that's something that we need to focus on, and only the last board requested staff to work on a initial suggested list for consideration of kind of low hanging fruit, things that can be done that would not cost residents too much money, or we can find assistance for residents to do that, and at the same time would not cost either the town or the fire district too much money and staff time to enforce. And so that basically assignment or direction was given from the prior board, and it's being worked on now, and I think we'll be hearing from town staff on that fairly soon. The third area I would mention is economic vitality, business support. It's a broad area. I was liaison to the EDC for the last 10 years, and there have been a lot of ideas and suggestions, some of which have been enacted on, and I think we get a little bit of a short shrift sometimes about the town doesn't do enough to support business. When we've had revolving loan funds since the flood that have provided low interest loans to local businesses, that many of them have taken advantage of. We have the urban renewal authority that's there for use in things like hotel projects for the 402 Main project. And there are other things we do. We do Main Street grants that have the signage. That was an EDC request, that type of thing. But I went to an event last Saturday in Boulder where gubernatorial candidate Michael Bennett and Congressman Joe Magoosk were there. One of the questions they got asked was, there's so many businesses leaving Colorado now. We're getting a net business loss in the state of Colorado. What can we do to reverse that? Senator Bennett's response was, we've got to cut red tape. That's what drives so many of our businesses away. And that's something that we hear constantly from our local businesses. It's too hard to get permits. It takes too long. Some cases that's, I think, true. In other cases, I think that maybe it gets exaggerated, but we need to look at the red tape. And so besides coming up with innovative ideas of how we can help businesses, let's do a thorough review of our municipal code and our practices and see if we can find ways to cut red tape locally. So those are my three priorities: infrastructure, fire risk mitigation, economic vitality.
Well, you stole my thunder, man.
Nope, sorry.
Yeah, all of these tend to be nuts and bolts things that we as the board have to make decisions on. You know, when you think about the infrastructure, we're gonna have to make decisions on grants, we're gonna have to make decisions on revolving loan funds, where we're gonna get the money from. And that's our responsibility as trustees. But in particular, things like the wastewater treatment plant and the stormwater drains that we just saw briefed here. But also adding the water system, the water delivery system. We need to get that Apple Valley line squared away and determine whether it needs any repairs or whether it's safe as is. I just took a book back to the library before I came here tonight. It was called Firestorm, and it was written by a reporter on the LA and Palisade fires. Yeah, no, we don't have Santa Ana winds here, and but we do have the dryness, and as we saw with the Marshall Fire, those winds can kick up. All right, so wildfire mitigation has got to be number 2 on my list, if not a number 1. I would like to see the same sort of energy that citizens put in after the flood, like the fire mitigation. Whether that's ever going to happen, I don't know. It doesn't have the same alacrity as the flood, but it certainly has an importance. Economic development, yes. I would like to think that the hotel is going to get off the ground. We can't demand that they do it. We've accommodated them, I think, about as much as we can. I think at the last I heard, they told us they were going to start work on this year, 2026. I think we're due a report from them fairly soon.
URA meeting this week,
Okay,
first.
great. As I said, we can't demand, but we can certainly accommodate businesses through lure funds, or as we're going to discuss tonight, forgiveness of some use tax fees, that sort of thing. The fourth thing that I've been encouraged, that I've seen during this election, as well as all the 2 years preceding, is citizen involvement. I think the citizen involvement and engagement in this town has ramped up considerably in the last 2 years. And not just because of controversial issues. We saw the turnout that we had in the election. I think there was a record number of registered voters that turned out. The people that we are seeing at some of our meetings at the library. So those are my 4: infrastructure, wildfire mitigation, economic development, and citizen engagement.
Okay, I'll try to be brief because we want to take a break and we're running out of time. In terms of infrastructure, it's a priority. I just think I would like to see a long-term capital development plan, not just the top 3 priority projects. But I think our community needs to understand that we're in this marathon as a small town. And here's the couple sprints we're gonna do now, but we need to communicate the big picture. Related to that, I'm interested in prioritizing economic growth and housing. I think they're directly correlated. To Trustee Williams' point earlier, who does Lions want to be? What is our growth plan in terms of residential and commercial, and how do those intersect? Because the more taxpayers we have, the less the infrastructure costs for each of us individually over time. Certainly fire preparation. I'm also interested in staggered terms. I know that's a big nut to crack, but we all talked about it in one of the convenings. I think a retreat for the board, the sooner the better, to dive deeper into these would be great. And when we do have the retreat, I really am interested in what the leadership team of the staff recommends as your priorities. That's my.
All right, well, I'll also try to keep it brief. I mean, I think the obvious consistent issues are infrastructure in short and long-term form. Wildfire mitigation is just a fact of life. We have no choice. Housing and economic development as related, completely intertwined concepts. Who do we partner with? How do we create an environment to bring in businesses and to bring in the kind of housing that we want and need to help feed those businesses? Increasing involvement with the community, respectful engagement with the community, as many avenues as possible to communicate to people. Being better. Being better. We're a small town. We can do things better here.
Okay. Thank you everybody for that, and anything that you'd like to add, Victoria, before we put the floor break?
No, so would people be interested in a facilitated workshop?
I thought that was helpful last time, and you had some suggestions. The one who did it last time, it was, I believe, from Denver Regional Council of Governments, did a good job, that you said CML and others offer that, so.
We have several avenues we can tie into at no cost, other than, you know, maybe the traveling a meal, but, or we could hire, you know, an outside professional. And so there's a couple options there. I will try to see if I can find something on our agendas, because we still have lots to
Yes.
do orientation on too.
Okay, we will take a break and reconvene in a few minutes. 7:02, you can call this meeting to order. First time, I told the third graders this was the most fun. Call meeting to order. I would ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Yes, Mayor Browning,
Present.
trustee Jacobs,
Present.
trustee Schwartz, present, trustee Lowell,
President.
trustee Williams,
Present.
and trustee McCreary.
Present.
Rise to the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda, tonight, I have the pleasure to call for the swearing in of trustee Jen Wingard.
Yes, want to stand? Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jen Wingard,
I, Jen Winger,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the Town of Lyons Municipal Code,
and the Town of Lyons Municipal Code,
and faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee of the Town of Lyons
and faithfully perform the duties as trustee of the Town of Lyons,
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Laura. Thanks, everybody. Glad to be here.
Okay. We acknowledge with respect that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. And we will now have a reflective moment of silence. I think last meeting we mentioned that in connection with our land acknowledgement, the Native American tribe in this area did do rain dances, and suggested that might be appropriate, and perhaps somebody did some of those, and perhaps they were. So, take a moment of silence. Do you have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
There a second yet? Anybody wish to make any changes to the agenda?
I have a question, or yes, I guess I wish I want to make a change on item 12.2.1, the PRC appointments. It's my understanding that that was not gonna occur tonight, so I don't know if that's something we need to change as an agenda item or how.
I'll make an announcement on that when we get to that on the agenda.
Okay, great.
Motion in a second for approval of the agenda. All in favor?
And that motion passes unanimously.
Our next item on the agenda is audience business. What process? Are there more or less than 10 people?
I've got 5 signed up.
Okay. Our procedure is if there are less than 10 signed up to speak, then yes, if you can have 4 minutes each. To speak, we would ask that you confine your remarks to things related to the Town of Lyons. And that you address the board as opposed to individual trustees. So,
First, we have Kay Sparks, followed by Crystal DePasso.
Evening, Kay Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road. I'm here wearing my hat as your Lions representative to the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging Advisory Council, which is a mouthful. There are 2 things I thought you should have as trustees and mayor. One, in your position, I'm sure you get asked occasionally, where does all the money go that we send to Boulder County? What do we get back? And the Boulder County Housing and Human Services presented a population, the report on the Lions populations for 2025 services. And so I'm going to share that with you, and I've got copies for you. But we're a small community, so the numbers don't look great when you think about only 17 individuals served on TANF, the temporary assistance to needy families, or the adult financials, but it means $23,000 to those 17 people, which is important. The food assistance, 196 individuals in our, and I think it's our zip code, 80540, it's not within the city limit. Over $300,000, and that's food that went to people here, and there's other information, but childcare, et cetera. But just to have you share this with the folks when they say, what are we getting? I got more potholes than that, need filling, so I will give that to the administrator to do. The other thing is, you might have seen this already, back to the Boulder County Area Agency on Aging. Every 4 years, they have to update their plan. You may not know it, but the county is in dire financial straits and are trying to balance their budget. The place they can raid the most is general funds. And area agency has the most general funds of any of the departments, so they're in the middle of a target. So, but that said, they still have to plan. And they go around listening to people for their next 4-year plan in what does it take to age well and what is needed. And they'd like people to come on June 3rd to our Walt Self from 1 to 2:30 and say, what's helping us age well and what do you need? And it's really important that they have not just the people that go to the senior center or we go exercise or whatever. Some of us would qualify for the 60 over here. And we don't go to any of the senior activities, but it's important to let them know what keeps you going, what keeps you healthy, what do we need? Because they're more than willing to work on this. So please spread the word. Again, you're gonna get copies of both whether you want it or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Next is Crystal DeCoster, followed by Kathleen Spring.
Hi, I'm Crystal DeCoster. I live at 113 Fifth Avenue in Lyons. I just wanted to update that the Lyons Creative District will be represented at the June 3rd, 4th, and 5th Colorado Creative Industry Summit in Trinidad by Ashley Parks and me. I'm looking forward to attending. A requirement of the creative districts by CCI at a discounted full summit rate of $107.40 each. Excited to witness Trinidad's creative district in action. Eager to gather best practices and networking possibilities from the 37 creative districts who will be represented there. Please let us know if there's anything anyone would like us to gather info on at this opportunity that's relevant to Lyons. At the December 1st BOT meeting, it was suggested that funding would be available to send a representative from each, the LHC and the LCT. To my knowledge, Patty McNichol from Lyons Community Theater and LHC, and Kristen Bruckner, Lyons Arts and Cultural Services Coordinator, will also be attending. I'm hopeful that Ashley's registration and lodging, the amount of that is to be determined, would be covered in full, perhaps by Town of Lyons Main Street program. Thanks for considering and thanks for all you guys do.
Next is Kathleen Spring, followed by Tanya Daddy.
Hi, and congratulations to everybody. I wish you success. I'm very happy for you. So today I'm here about Lyons celebrating the 250 years of the USA and the 150 of Colorado. This is a once in a lifetime event and we should honor it. It's what America is all about. I did check around town and in the town in general, there's no special event scheduled. I did find out today that there is an agenda item in June on this subject, but I didn't want to waste 2 weeks waiting for that to happen. So I'm hoping that maybe we can at least get the ball rolling today. And I want to show you how this can be done swiftly. Planning an event like this, a parade, I mean, could take 6-10 months to do. And so they have limited time. So first of all, the date of the event. Lions, Estes, and Denver all have events on Sunday, including fireworks, so we don't want to compete. So Saturday would be ideal, July 23rd. And a lot of families would have barbecues on probably the 4th. So this would be a two-sided event. One would be a parade and one would be an arts market. So for the parade, which would probably be daytime, the Parks Department would obviously run it because they've done that before. So what is the parade? It'd be people dressing up in red, white, and blue and bringing their carts decorated, their ATV, dog, and even horses. Pinewood Springs does this every year and it's just so much fun. It's surprising how much red, white, and blue people have at home. We could also invite groups like music and dance groups and veterans marching. So as far as the location, obviously Main Street would be best. I don't know if we have time to get a seat on the sheriff's lined up for it or they're too busy. So another alternative would be Bone Park, the ball fields. We did the Halloween COVID parade. Did anyone remember that? And it actually was quite good. And then a third alternative would be along the St. Vrain Trail, maybe ending at Maine's Spear Hound. Obviously no fireworks this year and probably too late to get drones. But one thing we could do is put the lights on the trees on Main Street and in Sandstone Park. And someone told me that there is a switch to where they can change colors and make it red, white, and blue. So that's something to look into. So part two is the crafts art flea market. So art market, the Arts Commission and the town hall have a ready-made list. They can send it out and see if anyone's available. Obviously, it's a holiday weekend, so it may be tough, but we don't need a ton. But the other alternative is a flea market. 2 people have done this already last year and it was really successful and I was surprised at the quality. These are used products and people had tents and it was really quite well done. So they could either do it that day only or do it also on Sunday, and there's a farmer's market on Sunday that they could blend with. On the stage, we could have a speaker on the history of the town and its future, and a mayor might be interested in that. Also a local musician. I mean, we have people like Ian Brighton who don't go often, to Boulder to perform. Maybe we could get a local person to perform music. And then this might be a time to announce our town flag and even sell them at that festival, at that market. So as far as funds to cover some of this cost, obviously, number one, booth and vendor fees, maybe food truck fees. And we could have our own tourist booth and we could have T-shirts that have like the flag of Colorado and flag of USA and flag of Lions. That would be a real cool souvenir, 250. That's not me, is it?
That's
I timed it at home 3 times. Do you mind if I go on? Okay.
Go ahead and take a few minutes, sum up what you have.
Okay, and then we could also apply for LCS Emergency Fund Grant. And then I have 3 things that we could do as far as tying it into being a 250-year anniversary, something the museum mentioned and something the Arts District mentioned, and another thing that I did once and had people at all 4 corners, 4 people at a historic building and telling the history of that building. And so that would bring people downtown shopping.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Huh?
I said, thank you for your.
Well, I was just gonna say, in conclusion, I'd like to ask you, I don't know if you can put it on the agenda tonight and agree to ask the town administrator to start working on this on Monday, and then she can bring back a report in June when it's on the agenda, and you can go in more detail. And I'll give her my more detailed list of my suggestions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tanya Daddy, followed by Gil Sparks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tanya Dati. I live at 623 First Avenue, and I'm so happy to see you from this side of the podium. Congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem for being sworn in tonight, and thank you all for being here and doing this very important work. I'm here as town resident, but also as a former trustee who worked very closely with the Student Advisory Commission. We have a presentation this evening on a youth art well project, and I just first I want to thank Lions and the ordinance that allows for any youth between the ages of 14 and 18 to serve on this commission. We have 2 exchange students, one from Kazakhstan and one from Armenia, who have served on this commission. And honestly, without their presence on that commission, I don't know that we would have had a quorum. It has taken a long time to get that commission going. And I thank Mayor Browning for taking that on as liaison. It's an important commission. We need to hear their voices. Their opinion matters. They have worked very hard for the last few months trying to figure out how to maybe not solve completely or permanently, but at least suggest a solution to our ongoing issue with graffiti here in town. So thank you for taking them very seriously. Thank you for allowing any youth between the ages of 14 and 18 to serve. It was a really great way for these foreign exchange students to really get an idea of how democracy works and how every voice matters, even if it isn't an elected voice. For example, they're not quite 18 yet. And what else did I want to say? I want to wish Xenia farewell. She'll be leaving the US on Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. And we're going to miss her a bunch. She has been so involved in the spectacular parade all the way through the commission. And Anush will be leaving in June. But I just want to say thank you to the Advisory Commission for the Student Advisory Commission for working so hard.
Thank you.
Next is Gil Sparks.
Good evening, Bill Sparks, 2169 Apple Valley Road, Mayor, Trustees. I'm here more as information town crier role tonight. 2 weekends ago, the Lazy Stud Ranch, also known as the Wedding Gathering, had an open house. If you haven't been there, I would say you would be very pleasantly surprised to see that venue. So these are to be shared. It is a wedding venue put on by the Wally family, and it is very tactfully well done, and will add to the economic vitality of our community. So I encourage you to go see it and pass on that information. Secondly, I'm going to continue to promote Hootenanny, which is a joint fundraiser between Leaf and Lions Community Foundation, August 29th in Bone Park from 3 to 7. I will be giving you this information plenty early enough to get on your calendars. Friends and family, please come and enjoy it. We still plan to have the duck rice, even though it's going to be at Bone Park this year. And then finally, I know you're addressing the Sundance Task Force a little later. I shared a memo with you all, and I got a response that wanted to point out the need to address how we interact and deal with HOAs. The workshop that Sarah Lorang, I, and Trustee Williams went to had a segment on the HOA issue. The upshot of what I had in my notes, Trustee Williams may remember it a little differently, that HOA regulations under state of Colorado laws generally require 67% majority to change their bylaws. That takes some legal effort, it takes some time, and the people dealing with Sundance have decided generally not to try to go that path. There was a bill in the legislature this year to try to streamline that process and make it easier. Did not make the cut, so it's not there. The advice that came out that I took out of that from Jill Grana, who was the governor's representative who presented to you, was by and large, HOAs are not enforcing any prohibitions on short-term rentals, and instead putting in their meeting minutes that they will allow it for special events like this. That was a solution some are looking at. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you, Gil. Yep.
That's all I have.
Anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Hearing none, it's been our practice to have any responses that the trustees may wish to make to the presentations, and so I'm going down the dais from how we started in the workshop. Trustee Williams, would you like to go first?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. Several of you talked about things that you were doing as emissaries from Lions. I appreciate you going out and telling our story, which is an important part of what will make us both a successful cultural community, community of neighbors, but also economic community. I think it helps us as individuals, helps us as businesses. So thanks for spreading out and telling people who we are and then bringing information back to all of us. Another sort of soapbox that I often get on is all the institutions that are a part of this community. And it's just interesting to me to hear from the recorder about LCF, about LEAF, about the county aging efforts, about the commission's work at the student level and at all the levels. All of those are really the things that make the things that we do much more meaningful and much more substantive. So thanks for that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just echo that sentiment. This is my first meeting. I apologize for my traveling. I did decide to come back to the United States. And I'm glad that I'm a part of this group, and I'm glad to see all of you here. And if you could help share with your neighbors and friends that we do want more people involved. And I think we've seen that trend happening. So keep that energy flowing. Bring that info back to this group for sure.
Thank you for all the presentations. Thank you, Kay, especially for advising me about the Boulder County Aging event on the June the 3rd. I've been eligible for senior activities in Lions for quite some time, and the times I've spent at Walt Self Center and elsewhere with our senior community have been very rewarding, and I would encourage anyone to participate in that, even if you're not quite age eligible yet, you'll get there someday. So and with respect to potential celebrations of the 150th and 250th anniversaries, I understand from our town staff that they're at work on some suggestions, and that is on our June 1st agenda. The suggestions are appreciated. A number of those have budget implications that we have to be conscious of, but when we get our staff presentation at the next meeting, we will review costs and benefits, and I'm sure we'll come up with something.
Yeah, Kathleen, thank you for all the good ideas. I hope we are able to pull off something for the dual celebrations. We'll talk about it at the next meeting, I guess. And Gil, thanks for the information on the HOAs. Should you be chosen to be on the task force, I would hope that you would call in the HOA board members from, I don't know, there's 4 or 5 HOAs in town here. I think they constitute 25 to 30% of the total housing here. And just share that information with them. I can tell you anecdotally that I know of some people who are intending to put the premise out for rent, even though they're in an HOA. So I think that's something we need to lay flat before we get going.
I don't have anything substantive to add. Thank you, everyone, and please encourage your other neighbors and friends to come. Thank you all for your engagement.
Same. I mean, it's just amazing. This is why we are here. This is why being in a small town is so great, because you all get to chip in and chime in and help us do the right things up here. So thanks for coming.
Hey, moving on to staff. So I'm sorry, Mariah. I started there. I gotta remember where to start, but where to stop. So, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I echo trustee Schwartz and trustee Jacobs. I'm just really grateful to be part of a community that is so interactive, both just in every subject matter. It's really great to see. So I hope we can pull some things together for you guys.
Thank you. Now, staff reports. So that Sergeant McKim, welcome.
Good evening. I don't have anything tonight, which I guess that maybe is a good thing. I don't know. But everything's status quo on our end of.
I guess no news is good news.
I think so, yeah.
The next thing we're gonna get to in fairly short order is the student graffiti wall, and their presentation indicated that they've been discussing with you. Do you have any, if you're gonna stick around for that, that's fine. If not, do you have anything you would like to suggest?
If I may, yeah, so I guess I have a couple concerns. I appreciate what they're doing. I think it's awesome. Our concerns on the sheriff's office side is we haven't had any graffiti reported to us since the end of February, which could be coincidental, yes, but thankfully we haven't. When we get it, it is very time consuming and it takes a couple hours, deputies off the street to deal with this graffiti. My concern is that I've heard of, and I asked, the council to look into other cities that have tried this and see how they were successful or not. So I don't know what that looks like. My concern is I have heard that other cities have tried the same thing and it actually aggravated the problem, because we're inviting the graffiti, which is fine, and then it kind of spreads again, and then we're back to square one. So that would be my concern on the sheriff's office side, is just I'm concerned it's going to reignite the problem, that seems to have kind of calmed down at least for the moment. So that's my concern. But again, I think it's awesome that they're looking at an option, and I know this has been tried, so it would be interesting to kind of hear what they have found.
Any questions for Sergeant Kemp? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. For my report tonight, there were lots of items in the report, but I'm going to just touch upon a few of those. We are coordinating a curbside limb pickup for the week of June 1st. I did hear there's potential that might get put back one more week, but we'll try to get that advertised ASAP. And then I put the budget numbers in there, but we will be having a budget review and rollover and amendment when we hear our audit July 6th. So if you decide you want more in that area, we can budget that. Do want to let everyone know the North Foothills Bikeway survey is up and running. And tomorrow night, they are hosting a public meeting at the Boulder Library regarding the North Foothills Bikeway project, if anyone would like to go to that and give their input. There was in my report a pretty detailed parks operations plan and updated maps, updating staffing patterns. Hopefully you'll find that helpful. It should answer almost all of your questions about our parks for the summer months. And we have met with all of the parks staff and contractors and law enforcement involved, so ready to kick off the season. So big issue every year, because we only do it twice a year, is street sweeping. So we are scheduled the week of June 6th to do street sweeping. We'll start on the north side, west to east. And then hopefully on Wednesday, they'll be on the south side of town. It is really important if people can move their vehicles off the streets during those days, because they have to give them quite a wide berth. And if they haven't moved or we have to go around them, it is just more gravel, oil, and dirt that's going down directly into the river. So please move your vehicles, encourage your neighbors to do so just for the morning of those 2 days, most likely. There was, as the mayor indicated, the third graders took their 13th annual field trip to town hall. I have to tell you, this is over the weekend, a third grader came up to me and he said, "That was the best day ever." And I was, "Gosh, you guys were kind of reserved. I didn't get that impression when you were there." And he goes, "We got back to school and that's all we could talk about. Best field trip we took all year." And then he said, "Can I come in that room and just sit up there?"
He must have banged again.
He did. So I made that happen after the farmer's market. I came down here and let him sit here, and not your gavel, I got him the other one. But so it does have a really positive influence on our youth. And I think you'll hear from our youth that went through this now that it's 13 years. Anyone who's graduated has been through that program now. They do remember that field event, so that's kind of fun. We were supposed to start our organic fertilization of our parks today. We are not going to be doing that. My guess is they will probably push it all the way back to start next week, just to avoid any of this really wet weather this week. Continue to educate the public that our wildfire resiliency code goes into effect July 1st. This does focus on new structures, and there's all sorts of information on the website about that, so I'm not gonna spend time here. And then I do have a few grant requests that I highlighted in my report. That's how I'll do that for you guys when I need some a nod to move forward. There is a grant that we have never applied for in the past. It's called the Flood Mitigation Assistance, the FMA grant. It is a federal grant, and our Second and Third Avenue stormwater projects are eligible. So staff would like to apply for this grant in case the BRIC grant runs short or other funding. It makes it fairly easy to cut and paste from other federal grants when we've done one. So Tracy said this will not be a huge time consumer for her. But if the board is up for it, we'd like to try this new grant, see what it's about and apply.
Is that FEMA?
No.
Nope.
This is different. This flood mitigation, I think it's more like what was the hazard mitigation grant program? HMGP was the name.
What federal agency would administer?
This is through the, it's not the EPA. I think it's through, it's kind of an odd one, like, I don't know if Tracy's still out there, but let me look that up while we're talking. I'll try to find it for you, but it's
done some things like that.
it could, HUD and HMGP were very close, so it could be, but this was just announced and we would like to try to apply for it for a backup if we can. Or supplement second and third construction.
Any idea what the local match percentage?
This one, yeah, Tracy probably has that. Let me find that one. She wouldn't be asking if we didn't have it, so we will make sure that is, but I can look it up.
It'd be fine if you wanted, here you wanted to.
Here it is. Oh, it is a new FEMA program. And it's aimed at reducing or eliminating flood damage instead of reacting to. So it's a new FEMA program. This particular one doesn't say the match, but to that. Was that a problem with anyone if we have the matching fund set aside?
Any further questions or comments for the board? Unanimous, not into the head.
Okay, the next one is, we mentioned it during the workshop, is the state's BRIC program, which is a small amount, but it's a set aside of 2 million for the entire state. We would like to apply for somewhere between 250 and 500,000 for the priority historic culvert project.
And that's something Tracy came up with. I'm curious, is that what funds that the state has left over from, that it got from the federal BRIC program at some point, or is it just a state created BRIC program?
No, I think it is funds that the state have received over the years that maybe were partial turnbacks. It's not a very big amount and it has to follow those same guidelines. So this is a kind of a nice small project for that funding. We haven't heard if the state's gonna, planning one big $2 million project or willing to do it in pieces, but this is another one we would take what we could get toward it and do as much work as we can. That could be phased in street by street.
Any comments, questions, or objections to that?
No,
Trustee Lowell.
no.
Oh, sorry.
No, not to the grants, I'm fine.
You fine with that?
Okay. The next one is another BRIC grant. It's different than the one that we are looking at for Second and Third Avenue. This is specific for undergrounding electric lines. And we would, the number for you to remember is $1 million a mile for undergrounding electric. Or that's been the going rate for the last couple of years. It's probably going up again. But we would like to apply for 1.2 million to underground between the Black Bear Hole and the junction of 3666. As you know, there's a pretty wooded area through there, along the St. Vrain Trail. It's also an area that we have had, vehicles hit poles off of the highway. So we would like to apply for, this would not compete with our stormwater brick. It's a different program.
In terms of local funding on that, I know we have $200,000 a year set aside. We've been doing that in recent years in budgets for electric undergrounding with sometimes not even specific projects. So we would have that available. Any idea what the additional cost?
This is a 20% match.
So if that was awarded, we'd need to come up with another, yeah, $1,000 plus.
So we'd like to, again, we always apply for what it costs. Doesn't mean you're gonna get that, but like to get them familiar with our town. They like getting small town grants, especially for things like electric, because there's not a lot of electric companies in small towns. Sometimes gives us a better chance at some of these things.
Is that something we would need to consider reserving maybe some of the rollover funds for if we look at that in July?
You could, it could, your infrastructure funding maybe even could go toward this or rollover. Yeah,
Basically, if that's awarded, we'll have to do further study of how to pay the match.
this is just the submission of the application. Doesn't mean look at it. And then the last one is, Boulder County had a request to support their Safe Streets for All grant. This is for construction, engineering and construction of the North Foothills Bikeway, which is between Boulder and Lyons. They're just asking for a letter of support, no funding from us.
All in favor of that? Unanimous nods.
We would like to do that. And then just one other announcement is Congressman Neguse will be using this room on May 20th. So that's Wednesday. They're gonna be here between 10 and noon to meet with any of their constituents, get about any issues with federal agencies. They said, for example, the IRS, SSA benefits, the VA, and they are accepting 15-minute appointments during that time frame.
My understanding that's Congressman Naguse's staff.
It's his
Probably
staff,
not.
it's his office, the staff that are, associated with those programs. So we want to let folks know that. I do have, one other item real quickly I'd like to ask. This came up and I don't want to wait 2 weeks if we don't need to. We've been hearing from the community that this room does not have sufficient audio capacity for the audience to hear the board and staff talking, and also that it's not been coming across the live stream very clearly. So the town clerk did get some bids for upgrading in here. The bid that we received that we'd like to go with is it's $6,067. And that's using most of the equipment we have. They said we had a good foundation, good bones and underneath your desks. We just need to engineer it so that there's not interference between the owl and our speakers. Dolores said in her budget for election, she has $2,500 that was left over. We did not spend, we could put toward it. And that would leave about $3,500 we would need to come up with. And when I give you the sales tax report, you're gonna hear that we have had 2 months of one-time kind of outliers of sales tax revenue. That if this is an important issue to the board, I'd like to ask if you want us to pursue that, and if we could, we'll try to absorb it in our budgets, but if not, we do have that extra revenue we were not planning for.
Okay. Comments, questions for the town administrator on the report? Trustee Lowell.
I may have asked this before, but this whole black magic that goes on with the Lions ditch has got me confused. So the Lions ditch makes up at Laverne Johnson Park and flows through town,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And it empties in somewhere near where the old Christmas house used to be, down in that area.
No, continues down, it empties just underneath the Second Avenue Bridge.
Okay, so they're requesting the use of our HCBT shares, which
Yes.
I assume we have available.
Yes,
I'm not understanding, are those shares to service the ditch?
it's to provide water longer than what the ditch rights allow. So as you heard, at our last, I think it was our last workshop, we aren't even sure they're gonna have any ditch rights this year.
Right.
Lions Ditch, cause they, even though it's 1800s, it's not senior 1800s like the 1840s or 50s. So they don't have any water coming in at all this year. We have water, it still comes through. They would like to lease it for this year. They do it every year. So that they have water from now till usually around August.
So we're gonna put potable water into the ditch?
No, it's not potable. It's still coming out of the river.
We have CBT shares coming out of the north.
Yes. Well, we can augment, yes.
I don't even want to get into that.
Yeah, we augment, but what it does is instead of it just flowing through town, it flows through the ditch
Okay.
and goes back into the river.
Also,
One second.
I remember from past discussions, the chief beneficiary of the Lions Ditch is the town of
It's
Lyons.
the town of Lyons. If we lease them these shares, then we don't have to use potable water to do Laverne, the Depot Block and Sandstone Park. Then we can use river water.
You say, you use the word lease,
Mhm.
do they pay for these?
Yes.
At the rate of?
Oh, it's not-
Whatever Northern Colorado's charging that year. I go in every year and see what the going rate is for a CBT share lease, and then I charge them that and invoice them and they pay us.
It's not very much.
Sometimes it's $57 a share. It just depends on what the board, Northern Colorado sets.
It's
that
a minor
rate.
amount. It's a few $100s.
Yeah.
But we are the primary beneficiary of that. Otherwise we would have to use municipal.
Thank you for that. I'll probably remember next year.
No, it's, when it happens one time a year, it's easy and it's a complex topic.
Other questions?
Doors can
Gentlemen's rights.
I also, unless Director Icestone has joined us, I don't know if she has.
I have a couple
Okay.
questions. And this,
Okay.
budget wise, this pertains to both the supplemental sound equipment, and potentially if we run short on the budgeted funds for, the curbside limb pickup. If I remember that there is inherent authority for the town administrator and the finance director to move funds within a particular fund, up to the percentage of it, I believe. And so that if it's clear that one category of the fund is gonna not all be spent, there is some inherent authority, I believe, to move it to cover other
Sure,
things within
yeah.
the same fund.
We don't, although we budget by fund, not by line item. And so if it's within the general fund staffing, we have flexibility there. If it's within electric, yeah, we have flexibility as long as it's been budgeted.
That's been my understanding. So things of this magnitude can basically, if necessary, be done with fund shifting, but we also may want to address it at our mid.
Sure, we could do it either way. You could earmark it and we rebudget for that. Or we just try to absorb it under, like, we could call it under judicial, you guys, because it's for this room. Or legislative, I guess is what it's called. Could be legislative, could be judicial. Lots of people use this room. So we'd have the flexibility to take it from a few different areas if we have any left over in those accounts.
And one other question relating to the wildfire resiliency July 1st deadline.
Yeah.
I heard from a citizen this week who's thinking about doing a project and is looking at that deadline. The citizen, I think he relayed something that staff told him. I believe that the July 1st relates to the permit date.
Yes.
So that if somebody gets a permit for an existing alteration of their property, say, before July 1st, that wouldn't be subject to the wildfire resiliency code, but if they're permitted, even if some of the work continues past July 1st, but if they wait till after July 1st to get the permit, then the new code could kick in if it's one of those things like, I think it's changing up 25% of the siding or something like that, that could kick in. Is that?
But any permits applied for on or after July first, must meet the new codes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have the finance report?
Yeah, can I share my screen, Dolores?
Yep, you should be able to.
No, why it's not. It's saying it is, but. See anything? Mm-mm. So while I do this. The finance report is in the board's packet. And it does cover through March of this year. If I can find it, share. And we are currently about, I can't see it, Dolores here.
Is it on your other screen?
Mm-mm. 1 second. Because it is nice to see those. I can see it on my screen. That's it. Let me see. Try one more thing quickly and then we'll go on.
Cassie's on now.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
She joined just in time? Cassie, we're just at finance. Are you able to?
Yes, I'm here. I just got logged in.
Okay.
Fifth grade concerts, they're great. Which part are you at?
I just opening it.
Oh, perfect. Did you want me to bring up the slides?
If you can do that from your place faster.
I can do that. Give me one moment.
There we go.
Here, I might have to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, or close that left-hand column.
Sorry about that. I don't know that I can.
Okay.
I didn't open it in the actual presentation. So we had sales tax again this month, for the month of May, for sales of March. That was significantly higher than in 2025. We also had that for February sales as well, ranging from between 20% to 23% higher. These are due to one-time, I would say a couple of them were large luxury sales, retailers that we don't usually see that submitted sales tax. And then this month appears to be equipment type related. So luckily we did receive those, and we are around $57,000 higher for the year, I believe. Yeah, 57,000, so 13% higher than the same time last year. If we weren't to include those one-time increases, though, we would be flat. We would be 0%. So that is what we budgeted. We did not budget an increase. So we are definitely right around where we expected to be without those. But those additional sales are definitely welcome and can be, utilized with future budget amendments or what have you, or even offset future decreases that we might see in other months. So there definitely we could see those decreasing in some of our summer months or even some of our winter months as well. We do have the 0.5% sales tax. I did start reporting that separately so that you can see the balance of that. We haven't spent any of it. This is the sales tax that goes directly into the capital fund. Right now we have about $460,000 available, and we'll just see that continue to build until we decide the use for that. I always report local and non-local sales tax here. You can see that the local sales tax for those months was definitely lower than what we see in prior months, and that's just due to those online retailers and deliveries that were one time. Other than that, there's not a lot to report. I do typically include revenues and expenditures. There's no outliers here, nothing that's unexpected. And then I also include where we're at for revenues compared to the budget, which is about what we would expect to see, and then expenses as well is in there. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Director Iceland? I just make, one observation that, I think you explained it already, that the lower percentage of local sales that compared to past years may to some extent reflect the, one-time receipts in February and March. So that would fall under the non-local category, so that the local sales may still be comparable to what they were in past years.
Yes, that's correct. If you were to remove those outliers, I would expect to see them closer in the 40s, upper 40s, low 50s. And then in the summer months, we see those tick up there. You can see in 24 and 25, they've sometimes been in the low 60%.
One thing that I did not see in this report, and I was glad not to see in this report, is there was no indication of any serious delinquencies among local taxpayers this time.
That's correct. The major one that was already had a payment agreement with the Department of Revenue was caught up with a little bit of, I would say, encouraging and reminders from myself in Victoria. So that was helpful, and everybody else appears to be on time.
That's good news. We have adopted in the last couple of board terms some policies to address delinquent sales taxes because we ran into prior problems. In this case, they seem to have worked. So I appreciate that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Cass.
You're welcome.
So Trustee Williams.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this is the right time for this question or whether it's a Director Eiston question or administrator question or a Tracy question. But as we start to have this stack of grants that we're considering for various purposes, some of which we think are more or less likely and require more or less match. Is there somewhere, maybe on Tracy's desk, a collection of all of those grants and a reconciliation of them against the 2 or 3 things that we're really trying to fund?
Yes, we do keep a spreadsheet, of course, on all of those. I'm happy to share that. It's moving, as you can imagine, all the time, but
I'm sure it's dynamic, I'm sure it's complicated, but it would be good in my mind to have the half dozen potential sources of funding for each of the 2 or 3 things that we're really focusing on these days.
happy to do that.
As grants become a part of that and move, that's probably one of the most fluid, but it's becoming one of the greatest sources for each of those.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Anything further for on the finance report? Okay, the next item is the legal update. I'll call on Attorney Detman for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have anything to report. The legislative session did mercifully end last week. And then no major surprises. There was a fire bill that's pretty problematic for other cities, but not something that Lyons has to worry about. But glad we escaped it mostly unscathed as opposed to previous years. So we'll keep you updated if anything else comes up.
And Aaron did include in your packet the municipal utility legal actions, that legislative actions that were taken this year that affect us as well.
Yeah, and
go ahead, man.
Oh, if you take, so I'm Camu's attorney as well. If you take a look at that report, we actually avoided pretty much all the worst things this year. So it was good for Camu that some of the more impactful bills that we were worried about ended up not being a factor, mostly due to budget concerns. Some of the larger bills concerning air emissions and data centers never came to fruition because the state has no money and there's fiscal impacts for all those things.
Thank you. As long as we're on legislative stuff briefly, I'd like to mention as a follow-up to something we did at the last meeting, the bill that was pending in the legislature that removed Lyons from the Front Range Passenger Rail District did in fact pass. That was something that the board had authorized contact with our state senator and state representative to urge support for that bill. Because had we stayed in that district as was originally proposed, that would have potentially subjected Lions transactions to an additional half-cent sales tax if that passes in the district in November. But I communicated with both our state senator and our state representative and got a response from Representative Smith in particular that said that bill is pending, she expected it to pass, and it did. So we're not going to be adding a half-cent sales tax for a Front Range passenger rail district to a town with no passenger rail. Needs to report on that. Okay, the next item on our agenda that I'm very much looking forward to hearing is from the Student Advisory Commission. The Youth Park Wall Project. Wilma and Nico would introduce yourselves and provide a summary to the board of what the students have in mind.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Browning, Board of Trustees. My name is Nico Sparks, and I'm here with Ms. Wilma Spencer. We act as chair and vice chair of the Student Advisory Commission. Over the last school year, our team have been working to implement a one-year pilot program to encourage creative expression, primarily for the youth, but expanded to include all artists. I understand the board has already reviewed our proposal, so I'll be focusing on a broader overview. Up here, this is the location. The next slide, there we go. This is the location that our commission has curated. Many of you have had the opportunity to tour the prospective forum location, but for those that did not, our commission recommends underneath the old McConnell Bridge. Concrete panels can be afforded to artists who wish to paint, graffiti, or draw. Now, the method of art is not of consequence, but we are taking measures to define appropriate art to keep the space as safe and inclusive as possible. Any infractions derived thereof will not be afforded the protection of using the space. Now, as you can see on the next slide, security cameras are already set up on both ends of the underbelly, ensuring safety concerns are being met in strict accordance with our criminal code. I'll now be handing it off to Ms. Spencer to talk a little bit more about our motivation behind this project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sparks. As my colleague outlined, the primary motivation behind this project is to create a space that fosters artistic engagement and expression for all members of our community, especially youth. As many of you know, art is a very trivial part of our community, from murals to paintings to even like the art on the electric boxes, which I love. It also is very crucial from our commission's point of view to create a space that highlights a different kind of art in graffiti and other similar art. So we find it as a necessity and are proposing the implementation of a designated art space. We also believe that the designated art space will provide a reduction in unsanctioned graffiti across town, increase in taxpayer benefits, and even potentially provide some tourism incentives. Thank you all so much for listening, and we will now open the floor to questions for the rest of our time.
Yes, would the staff like to present anything before questions, or should we do questions now? About the presenters.
Staff, this is your opportunity, and if we need to get questions answered from staff,
Before I have a question, let me ask Attorney Detman to chime in on something that's mentioned in your report and that I've discussed with him, and that is with respect to the First Amendment free speech aspects of this, which we've had some prior involvement with as a town with some graffiti that was not sanctioned. And Attorney Detman, do you have any suggestions or comments with respect to that aspect of it in terms of the town's exposure to any complaints or litigation about trying to regulate in any respect the content of the wall?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And what's important as we think about First Amendment protections is establishing that it's not an absolute public forum. There's a continuum of public forums and First Amendment law. And if it's an absolute unrestricted public forum, basically we can have no control over speech. And so something like hate speech, for example, we could not regulate. So it's important that we establish this is a limited public forum, and the way you do that is you put up a sign saying that, here are the rules, basically, of using this space. And so I think if we were to proceed with this, a very critical piece of it was establishing very clearly through a sign at a minimum, but maybe through other means as well, the rules of using the wall, which would include, I would presume, no hate speech, no, no religious items. I mean, we could come up with a list, of course, of things that may be problematic, from a town perspective, but just making sure that there was the expectation that there were rules and this wasn't a free for all in how it's used.
Absolutely, and we did take time to be able to offer a rough outline for specific rules regarding language concerns.
There was also a memo in your packet.
We'll open the floor to questions.
I'll start off. I think it's a great idea. I have misgivings about the location, but if you can assure me that it's going to be visited regularly, it's going to be policed regularly, I'm okay with that. It is somewhat limited under there, so once those panels are used up, as it were, how do we accommodate that? I mean, is it possible to just summarily paint over some of these artwork? You know, we give it 6 months and then it goes away, somebody else paints something else there? Is that I'm just curious how that all works.
Exactly, we've looked into that. There's two pathways that we can go down depending on how much artwork is down there. The first of which, I've talked to many other people that like to graffiti and have that artwork, and they said they don't mind having their artwork painted over. It's part of the culture, especially when it comes to graffiti. And the other aspect, like you mentioned, is every few months or whenever it fills up, we just paint it over with any color that isn't too expensive, isn't too obtrusive to like the town and the environment around, to be able to leave space for the next round of artwork.
I would also like to quickly address your concerns about location. As a commission, we discussed numerous possible locations across town, which we did highlight a little bit in the proposal. And this felt like the best space because it was slightly more isolated from the town. And so people driving through wouldn't see it. So the regulation is like, we don't have to worry as much about like, if we don't get to it within like 2 minutes or whatever, like 15 people are gonna drive by or anything like that. So we decided that this space was the best. And also we were hoping to have, as you can see, there's already cameras in place, and have town staff or other people regularly check up on it or form some sort of reporting form or something like that. Yeah.
A couple follow-ups.
Sure.
You guys are obviously gonna be moving on to bigger and better things, so when you are gone, who takes charge of this? Does it revert to a town staff function, or is the student advisory council, is there gonna be a point of contact there on that council every year going forward for this?
I certainly think that the Student Advisory Commission will continue to at least keep it regulated, keep it updated, and that is something that we'll discuss further after the 1 year program is finished with. So we're able to see, was it a success? If so, how can we put in a long-term plan to be able to keep it maintained and regulated?
Okay. And my final question is, given its proximity to the river, given that side of the bridge often fills with runoff, if we ever had one, certainly won't this year. But I'm a little concerned about the materials. I wouldn't want, for example, open paint cans of any type to be left there and endangered spilling in the river. I would assume that everything goes away when the harvest goes away and things aren't stored under there.
Absolutely, that's certainly the plan. It's already outlined on our signs that there's gonna be no littering, no leaving your materials or supplies there. You have to leave it, and the only thing you can leave there is the artwork on the concrete panels.
Okay. Great, thank you.
So I have a similar question because I have an environmental background. So the state of Colorado actually regulates some used paint and aerosols differently than a lot of the United States. The EPA gave Colorado the onus to take over EPA programs here, which is what CDPHE regulates. So that being said, is there a way we can also educate people about those rules so that if they're taking empty paint cans or paints that don't go into the regular trash, I just foresee it going into our parks trash cans and becoming an issue.
One way when it comes to the education aspect, if the board would like, we can certainly put a QR code on the sign that outlines, like we said, scan here if you want to know more about like how to dispose of like the cans and all the other environmental concerns, just so we don't have a million signs down there. It keeps it all concentrated to that QR code.
Awesome. One of my problems at one of my plants that I had in Longmont was a contractor coming on site and painting a whole bunch of things white. And then he took his waste paint and put it into our trash can on site. And then we had a raccoon get in there, and then we had raccoon footprints everywhere. Which I have many pictures of. Yeah, it's a little artwork.
Trustee Schwartz, did you have a question?
Yes, just in your own words, what does a successful pilot look like a year from now?
That's a very good question. I think that for us, the biggest goal was to reduce graffiti around town. So it would mean a reduction in burden on the town staff and the sheriff's office in having to mitigate the graffiti issues. But also, I would love if I was going to school and someone was like, oh, like, do you want to go down and like paint the thing? I don't know, that would make me really happy. But I think just hearing the community enjoy it and utilize it.
Yeah, this seems to have evolved from a student focused only project to a community focused project, which I think is really lovely and beautiful. And I hope that we can make a space in Lions where our young people can take somewhat calculated risk in a safe community and show your leadership that way. So if this is approved, I'm sure there will be some bumps, but just know that you know this community's surrounding you with through those bumps.
Absolutely.
Trustee Jacobs?
Yeah, just quickly, the sheriff had mentioned some concerns and thoughts about this potentially having the opposite effect of what you're hoping and intending for, and it sounded like that was something you were looking into or that was being looked into. Do you have any thoughts or insights into that?
Absolutely. So there's two different ways that we can approach this. The first is through theoretical like elements, and it is through historical analysis from this happening in other towns, other cities, and other implementations of graffiti places, which have shown to have a reduction of graffiti. So that's the theoretical aspect of it. And the other one is practice. I've had the opportunity to anonymously talk with people who have graffitied all across town, and they said that they would limit their graffiti to safe and respectful styles of art and underneath the old McConnell Bridge. So we can combine the theory and practice to be able to show that it will reduce graffiti.
And your pilot year will give you time to actually.
To do some analysis, yeah, because then we can compare it to the last, say, 5 years and see if there's a reduction.
Great, thank you. This is so well thought out and really, really exciting. Thank you.
Trustee McCurry?
And then I saw, in the report how you guys plan to have the sheriff or town staff like involved with checking in on the space. What do you envision the student advisory commission's role in maintaining that space looking like or not?
We can certainly do like, say 1 month checks just to be able to like look under there regularly. I mean, if it is approved, I'll certainly be down there because I think it's a really cool idea. And that's certainly one way we can do it. We've heard in the past through meetings with Officer Rosie and another deputy that they already check down there quite often. So I don't feel as though that'd be an additional burden on the town nor the sheriff.
This is great, guys.
Couple of questions. In terms of, since this will span into the next school, the year will go into the next school year, how many members of the Student Advisory Commission are going to be returning members next year?
We expect, I believe, all 5 members of our commission who will still live in Lions and our exchange students. Exactly, to go to return, and we also have discussed recruiting younger members of the commission because we are all unfortunately, or 4 out of the 5 of us, 4 out of the, yeah, in one graduating class. So we would like to recruit younger high schoolers to join the commission and keep our mission alive.
And as a follow-up to that, does next year's commission have plans to report back to this board at, say, 90 days after the school year starts and give us a report on how it's doing? Are you willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Any further questions for the students?
Honestly.
No, the questions only come from the board here. Sorry, we don't do audience questions during meetings. Okay, this, is anything the staff would like to add on this?
I guess I would be remiss with not, there are concerns, of course, that if this does expand graffiti or if it ends up having to be covered more frequently than we hope, where's that budgeted? How do we cover that? Overall, hearing that, I know that it was on here as a youth wall, but I'm hearing it more as a community art project. I am wondering, have you had any discussions? I know the LAHC has provided their support. have you talked with the Lions Creative District, and would they be willing to have a role in this instead of the town? Kind of like what Trustee Williams said earlier. We have organic groups out there. Let's utilize them where we can. So it's not park staff, but art people.
Mayor Browning connected me with the person in charge of the creative district, and I reached out to them, but I've yet to get a response. And when I'll do, I'll update both you and the board if they're interested.
Further than that too, I know the one key part of coming to the board is that one like important facet of the proposal is the legality of it, because obviously graffiti is illegal and we would like to make sure that people aren't gonna get punished for participating, especially when they're not going against our bylaws. So that's where we would need the like on the legal level, the town involvement, but we would love to partner with other organizations in town.
Attorney Dittman.
Attorney Dittman.
Yeah, I have one concern I just want to raise. Haven't heard anyone else speak of, and that's access to this site. Whether it's easy to access, whether it's accessible to people, that may have disabilities. If it's a town project, a town sponsored space, that may be a consideration we want to take into account. I'm not saying those questions need to be answered today, but something we should keep in mind. That is, if it's a public facility, it would need to be accessible.
Maybe more reason for those other groups to.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
The only other thing that I would bring up as a concern from the town side that I also shared with the SAC, putting on my HR hat, is the SURSA aspect of it. I reached out to SURSA. Of course, they would want anyone using the wall to sign a waiver, who's gonna be there handing out a waiver. So just things to consider, but because it is a town space, same thing like Brandon says, if someone puts a ladder and climbs up there and breaks their neck, we just have to put that hat on as well. So just some other things to consider.
Yeah.
But they did recommend a waiver, but who's gonna be out there, monitoring that, so. You wanna cook? It's so hard. QR code either, I don't know.
That is, I suppose that aspect is too, so I guess that would be a possibility of including in the sign, to use this space, you must execute a waiver, and you could have.
At 11 at night.
Yeah.
That's something that we can make like a Google form or however else we wanna do the waivers digitally. I believe that should be sufficient. I'm not a lawyer, but I know that I've signed digital waivers through QR codes in the past, so that's certainly a way we can approach it.
Did SURSA, if we posted it as, draw at your own risk, does that help us at all?
She didn't really say, she said because, when especially like if they're using the bike park, I guess we could look at it that way. They're riding at their own
Swimming
risk.
hole says that too.
Yeah, but
Use it at your own risk.
Use at your own risk, so, but they were that was their recommendation, was have someone sign a liability waiver. And I thought, okay, so I just,
Appropriate signage would be definitely used.
So we have a few issues.
Yeah. As you say, there are many places around town that are liability
yeah.
concerns. Like use of our town paths, and in fact, there's even been a suggestion, I think, that we open up some trails on the L Hill. And anybody who swims, especially even when the water is not above safety levels, that's a water rescue station, something. I'm not sure that that's something we can totally.
Yeah, we would definitely
in any
want,
context, not just this one.
yeah, staff would like to be involved with the sign for sure. And also that if water is present, because there's 3 areas the river can go under the old bridge. It's usually only under 1 or 2, but sometimes during spring runoff, there's a 3rd. So if there's water present, we don't want folks under there doing that, of course.
Trustee Jacobs?
Yeah, and the accessibility thing, I think, is a big hurdle, right? I'm
Yeah.
not sure what our obligations are and how possible it is to make that truly accessible. So that would be something to, I think, dig into to ask.
Is that something, Brandon, we could do some further study on?
Yeah, I would want more information on the site too. But yeah, it would definitely need to be accessible if it was a town facility. So
Yeah, that's a big.
And I think about, from a liability perspective too, if it's like, as I'm assuming it is kind of off the road underneath the bridge, getting down there maybe steep, right? And you can think about people falling, tripping on things. So we'd want to formalize that access in some way.
There's already, I'm not sure how much you know about the space, but there already is like stone pathways to get down there. If you'd like, we can share you the packet with all the information, as pictures of the space as
Okay,
well.
I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
He has.
Yeah.
So how'd you like to move forward?
Okay, no further questions. I'll open it up to comments and let's see if we're starting to see. You go first on the last one.
So my comments are, that's my neighborhood and we walk dogs over there all the time. Half the world does, or at least the Longmont world and the Lions world. And I believe it is really accessible. It is something I could go put my eyes on too, since it's right there. I think you're right. Wheelchair could get down there just like they can get on our other paths. You know, maybe.
It won't
golf
meet the
carts.
1 inch to 1 foot, I doubt.
Oh, maybe not. I love the idea and I've experienced that idea in New Orleans. I think you guys were there when I talked about that at our forum that we had. And I would be hopeful that we could make this work.
So am I. I want to first compliment the Student Advisory Commission. I kind of came into this midstream. Former trustee Daddy had been working on this with the students for quite some time. I was quite impressed with the amount of research and planning that went into this. I would like to ask Attorney Dittman and town staff to see what we could try to figure out to do with the ADA issues on it. We have other downtown areas that are inaccessible, slopes and that type of thing, so it can't be an absolute prohibition. A lot of town open spaces in particular that have some very steep slopes on them that are not ADA accessible, so I don't want to dismiss those concerns, but I think we've found ways to deal with that on other town properties. I do want to say, in terms of the general idea itself, I had a couple of personal experiences with this thing. When my children were young, I was the president of the homeowners association, HOA, in our neighborhood in Austin, and it was a very dangerous, narrow street that they had to walk on to get to school. We managed to work with the city of Austin to get a school safety sidewalk, the equivalent of a safe routes to school thing we're trying to do on Third Avenue, but it led under a bridge. It went down into a creek bed and under a bridge to get to their school, which was a couple of blocks away. And there was frequently very inappropriate for elementary school students graffiti under that bridge. And the solution we came up with that seemed to work pretty well, and I did it personally for several years, was we kept cans of beige paint handy. It was actually in our garage, and when inappropriate things would appear, we would simply paint it beige, which is not most graffiti's favorite color. And so I do say from kind of experience with dealing with graffiti under a bridge, I think it can be done. I think they're probably unrealistic to expect there won't be some problematic things posted, but I think painting over makes sense. Secondly, after meeting with the student commission, the first meeting that we had, this was tried in Boulder, and I know the students were trying to get some information about how this worked in Boulder. Have a contact with the Boulder Police Department who I asked about that. He didn't have personal experience with that, but his impression from discussing this with the Boulder City Police Department was that that project worked pretty well as long as it was regularly checked on and monitored. And he didn't even remember what group had started that, but whatever group started it kind of lost interest after a while. And when they stopped actively monitoring it, it got to be a problem in terms of inappropriate conduct and things. And so the questions that were asked to some of the people, what will the student commission still be involved in this? I think that's an important aspect of it. And also that respect, the thing that gives me some confidence that this has a good chance of working, is it is just a 1-year project. And if at the end of the year, we've got different members on the Student Advisory Commission, and they seem to have lost interest, then the project probably terminates. But I think the active monitoring is, from what I understand, the experience in Boulder was, it's important. And I think also, I think you're actually right. I mentioned this at one of the candidate forums too. There are graffiti walls in many places. One that I visited a couple of times is the Linen Wall in Prague. And it does draw tourists. And there is constant changing of the things that are posted there. And I suppose there must be some monitoring in the city because I didn't see any graffiti. Although there could have been, I don't really remember check, but. But I think there is some precedent for this in other places, and my opinion is it's worth a try. I like the idea and all the effort doing to it. It does need further study on the accessibility thing, but I think that's something that our town staff can, and our town attorney can look into and I hope come up with a creative solution. But if there is something to make that workable, I'm strongly in favor of this.
It's a great idea, wonderful idea. I do have some misgivings about the site, but I think given the options that you have in mind, and if there's any other place in town that's appropriate. When I first read through this, I thought, well, maybe under the Second Avenue Bridge. And then I realized, well, there's really not a safe place to stand because it's all riprap rock right up to the panels on the wall. So this is a good alternative. I do have some concerns about the continuity. I will go with the 1-year pilot project and we'll see how the continuity flows with a new group of people after you guys leave.
They're both here for another year.
Well, I mean, that's true, but then if the pilot is successful, they're on their way. I don't think there's any way this is gonna be ADA accessible. Number one, yeah, there's a path down on the north side of the bridge. It's a little rough, but you can get in there, but under the bridge itself, it's soft silt sand from the river. There's no way that anybody who has any sort of infirmity or wheelchair or otherwise is gonna be able to navigate that. But as you say, there are places in town that is town property that are also non-accessible. And if you take care of the environmental aspects of it, as the pro tem Wingard brought up, I think I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I just asked staff and mayor or attorney Devon to come back with a couple options about how we can create conditions to get to yes for a 1-year pilot and learn. And I think the more you engage the other community groups, not to take away your leadership, because that's a really important part of this. So.
Yeah, and I'll echo, I mean, obviously a great idea, but I do think we have to be really mindful of the access issue and being inclusive, because it's such a cool idea and let's create all this buzz and then there's gonna be a whole group of people, even if we can find a creative way around it, they can't access it. That doesn't feel great. So there's clearly more to come. I think there's no question the idea is fantastic and the location just may not be ideal and we'll get more information, figure out what we can do.
You said, Mayor, one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, have you gone? Oh, no, we have two more. Sorry, we have two more.
Trustee McCurry?
Yeah, I, echo everybody here right now, but I'm excited to see, what else you guys bring forth to us. You obviously are capable of doing very extensive research and conducting yourselves well, so I have, no doubt in my mind that you will tackle these hurdles.
For it, I think it's likely to be very complicated. It's going to take some management, it's going to take some monitoring, but you've done everything possible to get it off to a good start, and I think it's worth a try.
Yeah, my question was, do you have a time frame in mind? I mean, were you hoping, because I know the students don't always meet over the summer months. Would it be something we could firm up over the summer maybe and try to start with the new school year? Have your signs up, have your trash or whatever we're gonna have available in the area. We'll have to consult with you on that. But is that doable, or what were you thinking for a time frame?
It's certainly possible. Our ideal time frame would be somewhere close to the start of summer because due to seasonal changes, that's where the most amount of graffiti that would have to be removed and cost thousands to the town would occur. So we'd love it the sooner possible, sooner rather than later, but certainly if the closest time is at the start of the school year, then we can accommodate that. And I wouldn't mind working over the summer to make that happen.
Myself as well.
Okay. On behalf of the board, let me thank you for this excellent presentation, well timed, well presented. And I think the consensus of the board is we're all supportive, but we need a little bit more information from town staff and the town attorney to address these issues. And I'm the liaison, so I'll try to stay in contact over the summer and we'll see if we can discuss the timing. That's not within our control totally because we need to hear back from the town attorney and staff. But if it's something we need to put on an agenda during the summer, we'll see who's available and then try to do it then. So thank you again very much for all the hard work that we need in this.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good job, you guys.
Okay, moving on to ordinances and public hearings. First, ordinance is a second reading and public hearing on an ordinance, 17, amending sections 13.3.100 of the Lawrence Municipal Code regarding outdoor watering, sprinkling, and irrigation restrictions and establishing the water shortage regulation policy. Staff for presentation.
Yep, Attorney Dittman's gonna take this for director.
Yeah, because Director Kaplan is out, I'm gonna do my best to kind of summarize what the purpose of this ordinance is. So when staff was looking at the water restrictions given kind of the drought situation we're likely entering into, we're reviewing provisions related in the code related to drought restrictions and how we go about doing that. When we did that, we noticed that there are some in the existing code, there are some pretty prescriptive requirements concerning watering and other things regarding irrigation that, we believe, one, that no one's following. For example, everyone on the street numbers was only water on even days and odd street numbers water on odd days, which has never been enforced, in addition to times and other things. And then also allowing some additional flexibility for implementing restrictions if we need to, not doing kind of the prescriptive way is currently specified in code. And so the changes do away with the things like the sprinkling regulations for odd and even number residences, and add some additional flexibility. So if there was to be a drought situation, we can do those, on a staff level or through board resolution instead of the very prescriptive way the code currently reads. So that's a pretty high level overview. Again, Director Kaplan's really the expert here, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Questions for Attorney Dittman? I have a question for the staff. I know Director Kaplan's not here, and I think this is something that came up at the UEB, but hasn't really been resolved yet. And probably asked this of town administrator Simon. So one question that was raised is if we should get to, in a severe drought year, a situation where we would need to implement restrictions on town residents, how would that affect the bulk water sales that we do either from the town pump or a situation like this in your report about the what we're doing for Hall Ranch 2 water?
It's my understanding from Director Kaplan that the UEB planned to talk about that before tonight's second reading, but ran out of time at their meeting. I would probably recommend that if we were to ever go from the current low stage of watering restrictions to something even the next level, we would need to start educating. But I would believe that your priority and your commitment is to the people within the town of Lyons first. And we would probably work with our bulk water residents to make sure they're aware of other locations where they can fill. Most of them know about hygiene, and there's a couple others actually in the area. It would be a further drive, but I guess we would have to, as we work on this policy and get into more detail that you're looking for, outline at what point we start, notifying. We don't have like emails on people like that. They come in and they either pay by credit card, or if they have an account, we have maybe a phone number, but
They don't sign any agreement or anything.
no, anyone can use it, just via a credit card out there.
It may be, and the UEB can talk about this too, it may be that we should at least put them on notice that in the event of water restrictions we don't guarantee them a supply.
Yeah, I think UAB wants to bring this up, and so I guess when they do that, we certainly can. Not looking at that anytime soon, of course, but you know.
Yep.
But that will be up to you guys. That that has not been discussed before, but I would guess your commitment is first to the townspeople.
Yeah, I'm aware of a situation in another Colorado town where that became a real issue, where the town's water supply had mechanical failure, and first thing they did was cut off the bulk water supply to surrounding areas, and it was a major.
Yeah, I'm sure. That would be terrible.
I guess we will wait for a suggestion for the UEB on that, and the board can make a decision. Further questions?
None of this before we have.
Yeah, question, we're going for a motion. Anybody like to make a motion with respect to ordinance 12?
This is second reading, and so we're in public hearing. And one more thing I forgot to mention, I wanted to just specify too, is looking back at this, one thing that is significant we did do with this is we did change the penalty amounts. They're pretty low in the existing code, and this aligns it. Something, one that's more consistent with how our other violations read, but two, provide a real incentive for people to comply with this code. And so that's just one thing I wanted to mention before we go to a public hearing.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 1217. Is there anyone present who would wish to be heard on this ordinance? Hearing and seeing none, I will now close the public hearing and entertain a motion with respect to ordinance 1217.
I move to approve ordinance 1217 on second reading, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending 13-3-100 of the Lyons Municipal Code regarding outdoor watering, sprinkling, and irrigation restrictions, and establishing a water shortage regulation policy.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded on ordinance 1217. Any further discussion of the board? Trustee Lowell.
Maybe missing something here, but on the water shortage action plan, shouldn't we indicate where the criteria comes from for each of these stages?
Yeah. That's what I think the UEB is. That's what the direction is when it's said to establish the regulations. They'll do that now.
Or so it's not necessary to pass this with those
Well,
criteria?
that's more of a policy internal at what stage staff will follow and start doing things. But the UEB wants to spend a little more time identifying what defines each of those levels. But you are adopting the code, and then the other is just kind of the staff level internal. At what point is that a lever to trigger something else?
The water shortage action plan is a.
Yeah.
Okay. It just feels somewhat empty
It
without
does.
saying where these things come from.
Yeah,
I guess we're really delegating that authority to staff with UEB input
to develop.
rather than codifying it.
Yeah, they're gonna do it that way, so it can be changed. That's what they're asking for. Is so that it can be a policy that's developed as situations change, and you can change it by resolution, not ordinance.
So we're not approving the action plan, we're approving the creation of the action plan that will be dynamic as needed.
Okay.
But the direction was to bring that back with more detail from your last, well, at least at the first reading, you said that.
Anything further? And we have a motion in the second, I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
We now move on to ordinance 1218, second reading and public hearing, an ordinance deleting sections 13-3-130 of the Lyons Municipal Code, limiting the issuance of water taps. Staff?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm once again pinch hitting for Director Kaplan here. This one is fairly simple. When we were looking through the code for things like the water shortages and what we do for that, Director Kaplan noticed a restriction that existed in the code that limited the number of taps that could be provided per year. Month, sorry, I was just reading that in per month. We believe this is a vestige of when the town was treating its own water. It's not really applicable anymore since, really it's up to Longmont, whether they can serve that customer or not. And so long as they meet the requirements of our code otherwise, such as bringing water. we don't really care how many come. And not that there would ever probably be 10 taps per month. It's pretty rare that would happen. So this is the lead set section in its entirety, and goes back to our IGA with Longmont, and that would be the piece of regulation or the authoritative document for determining whether or not someone could connect or not.
Any questions for Attorney Detman? I would now open the public hearing on ordinance 1218 and entertain any comments that the audience may wish to make. Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing closed and will entertain the motion. Trustee Jacobs.
I move to approve ordinance 1218 on second reading, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, deleting section 13.3.130 of the Lyons Municipal Code, limiting the number of water taps issued per.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. When you're as second, need a board discussion. As Attorney Dittman said, this one is fairly simple. I think I would point out that there have been circumstances when there have been more than 10 taps and it was Lyons Valley Townhome. So it should be had some development that requires more than 10 taps to be activated at once. This would give us the flexibility to allow that to happen.
But those were never in 1 month, but there were more than 10 overall.
Okay. And for this discussion, I'm going to call for the vote on ordinance 1218.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Ask the clerk to read the consent agenda, and just to be clear, I had a question about this from one trustee. The normal procedure in this is when the clerk reads the consent agenda, we take a motion and the second to approve the consent agenda. Then if any trustees have items they wish to remove from the consent agenda, they can identify them at that time.
Okay, item 1 is resolution 2026-30, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving amendments to the legislative policy for the town of Lyons. Item 2 is resolution 2026-31, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with ERO Resources Corporation for the 2nd and 3rd Avenue roadway and stormwater projects, environmental consulting services project number 26-Enviro-01. Item 3 is resolution 2026-32, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending the 2026 fee schedule to include a grading permit fee. Item 4 is resolution 2026-34, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, modifying the agenda, order, and manner of business of meetings of the town of Lyons Board of Trustees and repealing resolution number 2022-42. Item 5 are the May 4th, 2026 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 6 are the May accounts payable.
Entertain a motion for the approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Are there any items that any trustee would like to remove from the consent agenda?
I'd like to remove item 9.1. Just for a minor correction.
Any others?
I would like to item 9.2.
I would like to remove item 9.3. Okay. Give a motion and a second, pending for the remaining items on the consent agenda other than the 3 that were removed. First vote on that part, don't we?
Yes.
So we call for the vote on the remaining items on the consent agenda.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, trustee Lowell, item 1.
Yeah, this is just a housekeeping matter. I think, there's a bit of a snafu on Rule 6, citizen participation. 3rd line, it doesn't make any, I don't know what is trying to be said there. The board may permit.
Yeah.
He says rule 6.
Yeah.
It's just a typo.
3rd line.
I'm getting there right now.
You get to it too. It's on page
6.
Yeah, I'm there. Okay. Yep.
Line. The board may permit
Yeah, I don't think we need that. I think this was originally intended, what I was originally getting at as I was quickly trying to do this was making a separate option for the board may permit. Actually, no, I know what it is now. It should be the board may permit at its discretion public comment at a workshop. And that was the comment I had back. So that would be the full sentence if that's what the board would like. That was the feedback from the board's discussion on this.
So to repeat that to be clear, the sentence would be the board may permit public comment at a workshop at its discretion.
Yep, I think that's what the discussion was when we talked about this. That wouldn't be a public meeting, 'cause it's a workshop.
Right.
I'm okay with that, that's what it's intended, just to clarify.
Yeah, and I think sometimes at workshops, we do, in the middle of it, have somebody in the audience who would like to hear from. Not routine, but it happens.
Okay, so
You need a second.
having seen that resolution, I move resolution 2026-30, a resolution of the town of Lyons approving amendments to the legislative policy for the town of Lyons.
With that change, right?
With that amendment.
With that amendment, yeah.
Second.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? And then I will call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
I got two hands. Two hands here, I'll get it sooner than later. Let's see then, item 2, trust on the period.
So I might be getting ahead of the ball here. I just wanted to raise the issue that with outsourcing this professional agreement for the Second and Third Avenue projects. Just want to make sure there's something in place to get that public feedback on those designs as they move through it all. And maybe I missed where that's said to happen with them, but I just don't know how those things work. Want to make sure that we're allowing public comment on designs, even when we outsource another party.
So this is specifically for the requirements of the grant to address environmental. So we would receive a report and, I guess it would be during our next, the 60% design phase that people could give comments on that. But it's pretty specific with, these grants that it says, you need to address Endangered Species Act, you need to, address the Raptor Act, you need to, it's pretty specific of what the report will cover.
Okay, so this isn't the actual like sidewalk layout.
No, this is only for, the environmental assessment of the project area.
Okay.
That's probably not very big because it's around $24,000. So it's gonna be a short report.
Well, it's because it's already mostly concrete.
Right.
So, if this was an area that was natural, it'd be different, but, yeah, so they'll submit a report to us. It will have to meet the requirements of the grant, and then I guess the first opportunity for public would be when it gets submitted, you guys will see it. People could talk during audience business or during the next public hearing or public input on 60%.
Yeah, I think Engineer Dole said at the
This one.
workshop that that it was an intention for another open house or public input opportunity at 60%.
Yeah, and we can't do these internal. We have to have someone with a certain degree for environmental assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion on resolution 2026-31?
I motion to approve resolution 2026-31, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, awarding and approving a professional services agreement with ERO Resources Corporation for Second and Third Avenue roadway and stormwater projects, environmental consulting services project number 26-enviro-
Regrets.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
The third item removed from consent was mine. The issue of requiring a grading permit, which is something we have not required as a separate matter apart from construction projects in the past, came up during the last board term. And I asked a question then of, would there be some minimum either area of a property that would trigger the need for a permit, or a volume of material to be graded? With the issue being that somebody just wants to add in a 10 by 20 foot back patio. That's something the permit should be required for, and $100 fee. And I asked town staff this week, and it was Director Kaplan who responded, so I'm not sure what information we have available tonight. Is there something in the applicable appendix of the, because it's the International Building Code, that sets minimums? I tried to do an AI search on that and came up with conflicting information.
To me, we did adopt Appendix J.
Right.
And that does have some definitions of, a grading permit is required if your earthquake work exceeds a certain amount. So that's what we have adopted
Well,
when we adopted the International Building Codes with that appendix.
the link that Director Kaplan sent me to
Mhm.
the Schedule J that we had adopted, I did not see any objective standards in there, like 5,000 square feet or 50 cubic yards, or it was more of a subjective of if it's gonna potentially cause any drainage or issues, anything with surrounding properties. I didn't see any objective standards, and I said, I did an AI search, it says, yes, it's in there, it's 50, and it even referenced Schedule J.
Mhm.
I don't know if we're dealing with different versions of the code, but the one that I saw online that was suggested is in at least some versions of Schedule J is 5,000 square feet or 50 cubic yards.
Or a maximum slope. There's all sorts of factors.
Right, there's other factors that can trigger
Yeah.
it too, but
Yeah.
what I'm trying to avoid is small backyard patio
We
type
don't-
projects that would
No,
require.
that's not the intent at all. The intent is if it will impact a neighbor, if it will impact storm drainage, if, as we found out this last, summer, if it's going to create a bunch of, rock removal, that people are aware of that before it starts, that sort of a thing. So I think we do want a little, the ability to put together all those different factors to decide if a permit's needed. Not everyone will need one. I can't really address because when I follow what he sends, it's up to the building inspector. It has to show certain changes to certain grades or contours that will affect all sorts of other things. It's not just a climate issue.
But, my concern was that because it is from the building inspector, if somebody's gonna do a small backyard project, do they have to get the building inspector out, and then do they have to pay a permit fee to get him out there? Could we possibly postpone this until Director Kaplan's available? We ask staff in the meantime to look and see if there should be some objective standards in Schedule J. Other versions of Schedule J that have those standards in so many cubic yards or so much area.
They should all be the same. I mean,
Yeah.
the International Building Code.
There's a list of exemptions and
Yeah.
appendix J.
There
Yeah,
are,
That makes sense.
and those are small projects and other things. So, it would probably be the building inspector who needs to clarify what you're asking.
Yeah.
There's no reason other than, that same person that created some significant neighborhood issues, is ready to possibly do another lot. And this would allow us to have the building inspector issue a permit if they feel one is needed based on the international code.
Cause it says under, like, not included under a building permit, so. There's already that point.
But 2 weeks probably is, it could make that difference. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
My motion then would be to continue this to a date certain, which would be June 1st, and maybe it can go back on the consent agenda. And to ask staff to look into the possibility of adding some objective standards to it, specifically exempt small projects, rather than me trying to suggest that, but based on something I've read online, if they feel comfortable bringing us, either volume, of material or, which I understand that from a local grading contractor, that the county has a regulation of 50 cubic yards or square footage of area disturbed, and hoping to specifically exclude things on small projects like patios and decks. I'm trying to, I am trying to reduce red tape here and save fees for town residents and delays for contractors and things like that. That's something that was brought up during the last board term, and my recollection from then was that, from Planner Ritchie, was that she thought there were some minimum small size standards, but I don't see any in the Schedule J link that I was given. So that's my motion to continue this until the June 1st agenda. You agree with that or not?
You know, second.
Motion and second, is there any discussion? Call for the vote.
That motion passes unanimously.
We want to take a break now. The next item maybe take a little while. We tradition to take a break around 9 o'clock. If anybody need a break.
Why don't we come back at 9, just so.
Yes, 8:53, round, we're trying to come back at.
Start at 9.
9 o'clock. Moving on to general business. The first item is resolution 2026-33, a resolution giving a waiver of the use tax agreement with Reach to Revival for 402 Main Street.
Renee is down then, but she's not gonna talk.
Applicant have a presentation first, is that how we're gonna do this?
No, I think, no, we had a, this was a, well, actually, Brandon is the one who wrote this resolution, so I guess I should let him probably present.
Yeah, so essentially we took the feedback from a couple different things from the board. One is discussion concerning creating some sort of a use tax rebate, for this particular project. And then two, the code amendment we did to authorize this, because at the time we initially discussed this, the town didn't have any authority to directly issue a use tax rebate. And so we passed ordinance 1216, which permits the town to issue a use tax rebate subject to an agreement. Drafted this agreement kind of based on a couple of different models that I'd seen around the state. Myself, Cassie, Town Administrator Simonson, kind of worked on putting something together that we thought could work. Originally, that was done as a rebate, and then we changed it to a waiver, which we think the code authorizes, kind of given the generality of how it talks about use tax or rebate program looking like. But it sounds like there may be some additional discussion on how this will operate. Right now, it is purely a waiver of use tax in the amount of $18,500. The board kind of discussed initially how it came up with that number through a variety of different things. And it's purely a use tax waiver. It doesn't contemplate any fee waivers of any kind, even though, a number of fee waivers were how we came up with that total number. And so if the board would like something different, I'm open to the feedback on that. That's just kind of how we were trying to do this based on the variety of different things we've talked about with regard to this project.
Administrator, have anything to add on that?
No, I saw several, emails going back and forth about this today. So I guess we're gonna need to have a discussion with the Board of Trustees. I did ask Sarah to be here tonight and give you an update on the project, so that those of you who are not familiar with it know what is happening on the site and their timing and proposed uses.
Why don't we have Ms. Lorraine do that first, so we can be up to speed on what the project is, and then we can talk about the details of the waiver.
Okay. So
It's a new board.
yeah, I'll just give a quick timeline, kind of where we are. Our permits are ready. We haven't released them yet, and kind of over the next 30 days, we should be finalizing our contract with the contractor. We've selected one, they've been notified, and we're just kind of working through the details of the contract. After we selected them, we are now also finalizing the negotiation or all the bank documents and the underwriting, because they were waiting obviously on a contractor contract. And then we anticipate ordering the elevator and switch gear the very end of June. And that's kind of an important timing issue, just because there's a long lead time on ordering the elevator. And we've decided to delay construction until we receive the elevator, because the alternative path was to start construction, pause until we get the elevator, and then resume again once we receive the elevator. And so there would have been a gap, but we think by just delaying the construction start, that should minimize disruption on Main Street during kind of a busy time. So with that in mind, we anticipate the pre-construction meeting with our contractors and the Town of Lyon staff happening probably in early July, and then late July, early August. We're thinking the actual construction will begin, because we should have the timing of the elevator kind of nailed down. And then Orange Shell should be done by February. It's about a 6-month build time. I think that's it.
I understand there've been some changes since our prior discussion about the waivers and stuff, in terms of whether there's going to be a general store or not, or what the plans are for the ground floor.
In terms of tenants, so I personally, not the project owners, have committed to leasing 51% of the building. And part of that was my intent was to do a general store concept. I've been before you guys I've been working with the post office for 9 months. To try and get private mailboxes, and unfortunately, that was a key part of that business plan. Because the margins on something like a general store are like 5%. So it was the recurring monthly revenue from mailboxes that would have made that business viable, and unfortunately, I just received my 5th denial and final denial from the post office. So I'm not gonna move forward with that concept on the street level, and instead we're going to kind of expand that co-working concept. And we'll have kind of like dedicated, like wellness rooms for like massage therapists, counselors, kind of other therapy uses for flex spaces that they can rent by the hour. And that'll take up some street level space, but it'll still primarily be the 2nd floor. And then the rest will be leasable to available tenants. And so we're kind of proactively reaching out to kind of the uses that we got a lot of feedback for in that survey.
When the prior board approved the request for support, in the form of, we'll get to that in a minute, some fee waivers and a use tax waiver, a rebate. It was in connection with, I believe, an application that you had made to State Office of Economic Development, I believe. Is that still pending, or?
It is still pending. They'll announce kind of the award recipients usually at the end of June. So,
That's still a possibility.
I hope so. It would make a very great difference.
I guess since I'm one of the 3 board members, I think that was here when we discussed this last time, let me kind of go into the background a little bit. The prior board did approve a total of $18,500 in financial support, if you want to call it that, for this project as part of a submission to OEDIT, the State Office of Economic Development. I went back and looked at the minutes of that meeting, and the form in which that support was discussed and approved by the board was a waiver or rebate. And Attorney Dittman explaining whether that makes a difference. I think this is drawn up as a waiver of the 1% use tax that goes to the Parks Fund. Use tax rate in Lyons is 3%, 2% goes to general fund, 1% goes to the Parks Fund. And the use tax is generally payable on basically building materials consumed in new construction. The amount of that was $13,000 some odd dollars. We also discussed and approved waiving the town's portion of the building permit fee. When people pay a building permit fee in Lyons, 85% of it goes to Safe Belt, who is our contractor who does a lot of the inspections. The town keeps 15% of it to reimburse town staff time on that. And we also approved a couple of other fee waivers that brought the total amount of financial support to slightly under $18,500. I think Trustee Williams even proposed a $50 or tech fee waiver that got it there, and we just decided, let's make it simple, round it off to $18,500. But it was not in the discussion. That support was not put in the form of an $18,500 use tax waiver. It makes some difference, because if you go to $18,500 of use tax, then you're getting into the general fund portion of the use tax, not just the Parks Fund. I exchanged some emails with town staff today, including the finance director, who had a detailed breakdown item by item of what we approved. And I would welcome input on this from the other 2 trustees who were here at that time. And it's certainly my preference to stick to what the Board of Trustees approved, because that was what we discussed. And I think when we get to use tax waivers, we haven't done, I think the only one I remember that we've actually done was for Lyons Valley Townhomes and an affordable housing project. In terms of a commercial project, I don't believe we've ever done one before. But because this is the first commercial project we've done, to me, it's important how you structured that financial support, and in particular, how much use tax you waive. I believe the math is that if we waived $18,500 of use tax, that would be 44% of the total use tax on this. And looking to the future, if at some point we get a big construction project such as a hotel, anywhere that might arise in Lyons, the only precedent, if you would, that we would have would be waiving 44% of the use tax versus what the board suggested was waiving only the parks portion of the use tax. So I'd welcome input on that from Trustee Lowell and Trustee Williams and other trustees as well, since you were here for that discussion.
Yeah, no, I was confused as well when I saw the 18.5 figure, because I've got the math from the previous meeting here. Where it just as, Mayor Browning had said, we were taking 33% of the park farm use tax, which was 13,972. We were gonna give up our share of the building permit fee for another 2647. It came down to around 17,000, and then we suggested rounding it up and going 18.5. So, I'm not sure as this stands now, this reflects what we agreed on at that meeting.
Trustee Williams, any input on that?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add was that we tried to waive or refund our own levied expenses. So if there were things like safe build, where we would have an actual outlay, then we'd make sure that we were protected and we had a fund coming in to pay that outlay. But if it was something that we would typically just collect for our own purposes, then we wanted to waive as many of those as possible to make it more reasonable that you would get the grant that you were applying for at the time. And we also incidentally knew that by doing that, we'd be waiving a longer list of things. We liked the idea that we could give you a list of 8 or 9 things that we were waiving rather than just one.
Attorney Dickman, I believe you have more to add.
Yeah, I just one piece of context for those who weren't here too. I mean, Mayor Browning brought up the affordable housing project with Summit. In that case, we did not directly waive the use tax because we didn't have the authority to do that. We waived a whole bunch of fees, which represented a portion of the use tax. When we originally discussed this, we were in the same situation where we did not have the authority to waive use tax. And so we created this ordinance, which gave us the authority to do that. And so I just want to add that bit of context there, which is, I think, part of the reason for the confusion here is we didn't have the authority to waive use tax. There was a directive to waive use tax. We created an ordinance to do that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me how we split it up. But that's kind of how we got here, just to give you a little context.
So it's really about, the numbers where they came out in the end, where it's 14,080 of parks use tax. So we're talking $4,000 that would come from general fund use tax, or we take it out of 15% permit fees, which is 2,600, and 15% of plan check fees. Otherwise, it's $50. So that's really what, as Brandon is saying, he really did this for ease of, he drafted it for ease of being able to do part use tax now and not showing it, because I don't think you got that specific that it was plan check fees and other things in your edit application.
No, I think it was, any specificity was in the letter from the town, and I don't remember exactly how the mayor worded it.
It just said any and all fees that we could, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's about a $4,000 difference of taking it from general fund permit fees or general fund use taxes.
Not the dollar amount so much I'm concerned about is precedent for future potential.
To me, none of these set a precedent. There's no precedent setting. These are all individual.
We always say that, but then somebody look at, you said June 30th is your deadline for.
They said they'll announce who they award the grants or the tax credits to by the end of June, as specific as they
Let
can.
me ask it this way, if we were to direct staff to redo the resolution to reflect the breakdown that the prior board approved into fees and we brought that back on the June first meeting, would that cause you any difficulties? I would then make a motion to that effect that we, postpone the consideration of this resolution until June the first. First, I should ask her, we'll do the motion, then we can discuss. I first make a motion that we postpone the consideration of a resolution 2026-32 to the June 1st meeting, and direct staff to, revise it to reflect the terms under which the financial support was approved by the prior board. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Now, any further discussion on that?
I would just ask Administrator Simonson and council if it's easier at the end of the day to make the changes here, call in an amendment and pass it. Or if it's easier to go off, draft it in a quiet room and bring it back in a couple of weeks.
He has his hand up.
Attorney
Yeah.
Goodman?
And to that effect, I mean, what I would envision doing on this is, I'd want to bring it back, but what I would envision doing on this is, looking at the agreement, creating a new 3B, which would be fee waiver, and basically adjusting the use to tax rebate down to that parks portion, and then adding a new incentive that would be a fee waiver and trying to go into specificity on that. Is probably how I would do that. So it's not really a change of the resolutions, it's the change of the agreement and how it spells out what the incentives are is how I would take care of that. But yeah, I would appreciate be able to bring that back. 'Cause it's not something that could be done on the fly very easily.
We plan on how to populate those numbers to reach 18.5.
I think so. There were some email exchanges today and Director Eystone had it down to the penny, pretty much. So,
Okay, I can forward it if you want.
all right, then. Motion's been made and seconded, Mr. Victor, putting this off to the June 1st meeting, so call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
We'll have to have you re-sign it.
Okay.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Thank you for
No,
bringing
thank
that
you.
update to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You'll get another subsection of it.
Maybe
All she wants. Okay, item number 2 under general business is just a discussion and direction on the workshop session on infrastructure project updates. I don't know if there's any action items that anybody wish to propose, any further comments or questions on that?
I'll just reiterate one of the comments I said earlier. I think it would be helpful to put all of the infrastructures together in on one page. Yeah.
We have a 5-day plan.
And it's almost like a capsule kingdom, right? Cities do this.
Yeah.
How much is possible with grants? What's the total cost? What's your possible fundraising? And what's the gap? And what's remaining on the 5-year long-term plan? So that when we're talking to people, they understand we're accelerating the most critical needs. But there's always gonna be more to come. This problem never
There's a long
goes
list.
away. And at some point, we probably need to start socializing just what a bond would look like to
Yeah,
really get at the significant needs of our town.
with respect, your point on the long-term capital plan is an excellent one. A starting point on that, and the reference point that we generally use at the front of the budget, there is a 5-year capital expenditure year by year proposal, although once you get from experience, once you get past the first or second years, we really haven't discussed the funding sources for those. It gets pretty conjectural as to whether those will actually happen or not, but there is actually included in the budget is a 5-year.
Maybe the next time,
Breakdown.
this was trustee Hamrick's area that he liked to focus on, so maybe next time Director Eyestone's in town, maybe you would like to sit down and share your expertise with her, that'd be great.
Great.
Okay. Item number 3 under general business is setting Board of Trustees priorities for the 2026 to 2028 term. We discussed this at the workshop and each trustee identified on the record what their priorities were. There was also discussion, Trustee Schwartz suggested that as was done for the last board term, that we would look to have a board of trustees retreat, sort of refine these and perhaps go into more detail than is allowed in the context of a single meeting or a single workshop. Like those were identified and right into the record, and I believe those will be reflected in. I don't know, should we do a overall listing of those last time or?
I'll see what I can do to
Actually
put something
publish
together,
Yeah.
so you guys just, from the comments you made today, so that we'll have something for whoever facilitates to start.
Yeah, but we normally don't do minutes of workshops, but I think it might be good.
Oh, no, I take notes on.
Yeah, I know, we know what we said, but
Yeah.
we're not published in the form of the public and see, so I think it might be good for
Sure.
public communication if we identified the list of the priorities that each trustee
Okay,
identified during the workshop session. Any further comments on that item or suggested action items? Fourth item, under general business is discussion direction on participation by elected officials and staff, in regional groups. And town staff put together a well-run, lengthy list of the groups at both the elected official level and the staff level, that the town participates in. This is staff, if any further comments beyond what's in there? Yeah.
the only other comments are, this is not an all inclusive list. There are other, of course, trainings that staff go to that we might pay for, or workshops, things like that, that aren't on this list. These are more of ongoing commitments we've made on a regular basis to be involved with. Also, it came up today that there's a couple groups that some of our boards and commissions attend that a member might go to, but a staff or an elected doesn't, and those were not included. So if you want me to expand this, I can, but I put the little description of those that are the regular meetings that need our attendance at, unless you guys decide not to. And why we, and how we participate in that.
I think there are a few of those we ought to review here in terms of elected official participation. The Colorado Municipal League, Mayor Rogan was on the executive board, but her service on the executive board at the CML lapsed with her, the end of her term. At her request, I agreed to be on the legislative policy committee of the CML that is active during legislative sessions. And I did participate in some of their deliberations this time. It's less active during in between legislatures, although plenty to prepare for the next one, I'm sure. I think all the trustees have probably received now invitations to CML conferences and lots of opportunities available. One that I went to that was very educational when I first got on the board was they have a whole seminar, I believe they do it every year, on what are URAs and how the urban renewal authorities work and examples and that type of thing. So I would commend that. And then we do have a budget for board member participation in CML functions.
So far, we have 2 trustees signed up for the conference this, in June is it Westminster this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, Westminster.
Good.
So we have 2. If any of the rest of you are interested, we need the early bird
Ended Friday.
registration ended, but we have 2 going and they're not attending the same session, so we should get good.
We'll just try to go through these as quickly as I can.
You just want to say continue at the current level of participation?
Yes, if anybody has any issues with our participation or thinks we need to do something differently, please speak up. The Denver Regional Council of Government Board of Directors is not required for the mayor to attend. In the prior board, Mayor Rogan was the designated representative and I was the alternate. I went to one of them with her for the last one. I had discussions with Mayor Pro Tem Wingard about how that would be handled during this term of the board. And Mayor Wingard Mayor Pro Tem Wingard has volunteered to participate in that. And I'm willing to be the alternate, and we'll probably go more than I did last time, unless somebody else would like to do that. It is an opportunity to meet with people from all over the Denver metro area. I forget their saying, 55 or
59, I think.
something like that participating. And the delegates that go, each municipality has a primary representative and an alternate. Some of them are the mayors, some of them are trustees, so it is something that trustees are eligible for. If anybody is interested in doing that, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Wingard's volunteering to be involved in that. Is there anybody else that would like to serve in that capacity? The meetings are in Denver once a month.
And you can take a guest, so if any of you ever just want to
True.
go.
And I should say,
It's an alternate, y'all can't make it. So I work there, since I'm down there.
you can take a guest, but they have an area for the guests to sit. It's sort of interesting to see how it works. The Dr. Cog organization has been the source of some pretty important grants for us in the past. Its role these days with the difficulties in, as you said, the difficulties in obtaining federal grants in Colorado these days is sort of evolving under the current situation in Washington, but it still remains an important organization.
I'd like to be a guest sometime.
Okay.
I think one other important thing to note here is everyone has an equal vote. That Denver and Wheat Ridge and Lyons all have an equal vote. And so it's really important that we continue to represent ourselves here because it's very easy for the larger communities to have active involvement. But they listen when Lyons talks down there and we have the same vote, so.
And I will say for anybody that may go as a delegate or even an alternate, it was Mayor Rogan's policy that when something was to be voted on at the Dr. Cog meetings and it affected Lyons, she would vote. But there's a number of things that Dr. Cog does that, like some of the metro transit issues that don't affect Lyons at all. And her procedure is generally to abstain on that and not try to take a position one way or another if it didn't affect Lyons. So it's, I guess, up to the person who's there to represent Lyons, but that was how she handled that, which I thought was a good way to do it. The Metro Mayor's Caucus, I believe, is mostly a mayor's organization, and I believe.
We have the tip program too, unless that's gonna be Mayor Pro Tem as well. Dr. Cog has the transportation improvement.
Yes.
That's a separate elected. You just skipped over it.
Okay.
And this has to do specifically with transportation projects that are federally and state funded, and it's kind of our link to know what's going on with two state highways, or with two highways running through town. It is important. This is how we funded Main Street when it was redone. This is how we funded Broadway. This is a big one to make sure when we're in the tip cycle of funding, we have representation. It's not all the time.
I can handle that one
Okay.
and take my guests and my
Good.
buddies over there that live in Denver.
Appreciate that. The Metro Mayor's Caucus is there. I think that is mostly for the mayors themselves to attend, and I do attend to participate in some of their activities, especially when I see things that implicate Lyons. And that does not present any cost.
Mayor,
Yes.
I know Metro Mayor's Caucus also does a municipal leadership academy that's open to mayors or trustees. And it starts this summer and it's like one day a month for a little bit, so, I can forward that information to Victoria and you can send it out for the tour. But, yeah.
The North Foothills Bikeway Executive Advisory Board, that's something that former Mayor Rogan began to participate in not too long ago.
It's fairly new,
Yeah.
and this will be. It's 1 hour every other month is all. And it will end when that project is funded and under construction, but they do have a representative from Boulder, Lyons and Boulder County.
And we have someone here in our community that's a community rep.
That's for at the citizen level. This is only for elected officials. This is the people making decisions on, yeah.
Trustee Roll, did I see your hand raised? Did that indicate
Did we see that?
participation?
Yeah. It's on, push it up to,
Okay.
so.
I can get you the, some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
The next one is the Boulder County Consortium of Cities. That meets, I believe it's usually monthly. Is that
It, they are every quarter, I put it in here, I think, every other month, every other.
every other month?
And sometimes, like in the winter, they postpone if it's bad weather. They aren't, yeah.
Description of what they do. They cover a wide variety of topics, basically.
This is all the municipalities,
All municipalities kind of exchange ideas on
those
housing,
types of topics.
transportation, land use, mental health, human services, economic development, so forth.
It's really a chance for you to find out what the other jurisdictions are doing for policy decisions. It's a chance to share policies or, practices on how they're handling it. If it's an issue that's not, like if homelessness isn't a big issue for us, can still attend, or you can send an alternate. Staff can attend. They like having an elected, but it does allow both. The bigger communities send, they have department heads in each of these areas, so they send others. We don't have that, so. But this is a way that you get to know your other elected officials and develop that. What are you guys doing in regarding to this TIP program, or what are you guys doing for mental health initiatives this year? It's very broad. This one's well attended. You can sometimes they trying to think they went to virtual sometimes, but usually they ask every community what their initiatives are in each of these areas. And then you all share what you're doing and try to get good ideas from each other.
Is there any trustee that would be interested in any elected official representative to that organization?
I'm interested.
Okay.
And this one does have an orientation, and I can send that as well.
That one has produced in the past some interesting, Mayor Rogan, I think, did that one as well.
She
Some
did.
interesting feedback where she would literally pick up ideas that came out of, other cities that we haven't thought about yet. So I think it's a good.
This is probably the most hands-on
Yeah.
functional type of ideas that we share on a regular basis.
And then also on here is the of the elected officials regional working group on homelessness. I believe that Trustee Jacobs has already expressed an interest in that, and we talked about her participation in that. So
It's gonna be pretty minimal, but just to know what's going on, keep us off with it.
appreciate you serving on that. And
Yep.
in the interest of time, I don't think we need to go through all the staff and administrative groups. If anybody has any questions about those staff in terms of cost or what they do, we'll open the floor for those. But I think the main purpose of this was really just to give us an overall view of what are the organizations that the town participates in, what are the costs who participates in them. Again, appreciate our staff putting that together. It's a very handy reference source. Thank you. Any further questions or comments on that?
I think it would be good to have if it's not too big of a deal, to get the list of just the basic annual trainings for staff. Maybe from my opinion on more of the regulatory stuff, and then also the boards, if they're having other interactions. Like maybe we have 13 boards and commissions.
I think we have 10 right now or 9, but in regard to what the staff is getting for training.
Or just the other things that you said weren't on this list.
Oh, like the climate action group.
Like CC Ray.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay. General business item 5, discussion direction on board and commission appointments. This is something that was continued from the last meeting. I'd like to open this by first setting the context, as was mentioned earlier. To be clear, what is at issue here tonight? One of the potential appointments to the Parks and Recreation Commission, I do not intend to proceed with at this time. And so I just want to set the context that the pending appointments are numbers 2 through 4 under the subsequent agenda item under mayoral appointments. So I do not intend to proceed with that one. I would also like to call on Attorney Pittman to kind of walk us through what the code has to say and what prior practice has been in this area. So we kind of all of us have an understanding of those things, what the code says and what's been done in the past.
Thank you, Mayor Browning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about, 3 things that are kind of certain in the code, or at least are fairly clear, and one that is not clear. Based on how the code reads today, doesn't mean that the board can't interpret it differently or amend the code, to make it more clear or say something different. But at least the code as written today, with regard to appointment specifically, 2830A gives the power of the mayor to appoint members to boards and commissions confirmed by the board. At least I believe it's in that one. The appointment is in 2830 though. So that's how the appointment by the mayor and then confirmation by the board. And what confirmation means is not defined. However, some approval requirement, it seems to be necessary based on the meaning of the word confirm, and the fact that if it didn't was just purely administrative, that would kind of lose all meaning. The next thing we know is that the terms of members are 2 years, and that comes from 2840A. And so we know that the terms are for 2 years. People shall hold office until their successor is appointed and qualified. So we know that. And then third, we know that the total number of terms that may be served are 3 for a total of 6 years. And that's in 2840C. The question, I guess, where the ambiguity is what occurs between the 2-year term and the total, maximum of 6 years. The code doesn't say specifically. I think what has been practice has been, people have served until the 6-year term and they've been replaced, when someone else applied for that position. But again, this is based on practice, and the code can be changed. But that's just kind of a general overview, I think, of the things we know. The mayor appoints, the board confirms, terms are for 2 years, and that in a maximum is supposed to be 6 years on one board or commission.
I think one thing that has been a source of some confusion or misunderstanding among board members and commission members as well is the concept that there are 3 2-year terms that somebody serves to get to the 6 years. But as I read the code, do you see that in there? And if so, how do you measure those terms? Because it only mentions the initial 2-year term.
Is it a question for me?
Yeah, it was a question for you. Are there, what, if someone has been on there for 2 years and 1 day, do they have the right to serve another 2 years, another 4 years? Or it actually uses the phrase, which to me is a bit ambiguous, as you say, which is whenever possible. I'm not really sure what that means. So, I mean, question is, are there 3 2-year terms, or is there a 2-year term plus up to 4 years when possible, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at 2840, which says that terms are for 2 years. Each term shall begin on the day of appointment and end on the same day in the final year of the term. And then there's, of course, the maximum is set later on is in C, that you can serve up to 6 consecutive years on one board or commission. It doesn't say, I mean, that you should serve, but what does that mean? No one knows. And so if no one is it basically is a new term occur on that last day, there's no one to replace you. It's not clear to me. I mean, there's nothing that says one way or the other. I think people have traditionally stayed on, but I think it's unclear as to what the code specifies.
You're suggesting that clarification may be in order with respect to what happens between the 2 and the 2-year end of the initial 2-year term and year 6.
I think if this is going to be an issue, I think that clarification is always good to resolve those issues rather than kind of guessing intent, or relying on, past practice, which may or may not always been followed. And so I think, if it was in the interest of the board, I think this whole section could use a little cleanup, I think, and a workshop may be in order to do that.
Open up for questions from other trustees. Trustee Jacobs.
I agree wholeheartedly that this code needs to be clarified because there appear to be ambiguities, at least some. I mean, to me, it says the board or commission member can serve up to 6 consecutive years. But it does not state 3 consecutive terms. So if we need that level of clarification, that's great. I think there are other concerns about the code and how it's being interpreted, and particularly about removal and vacancies and the proper way to fill vacancies, posting them publicly, getting applications. And I also think what we kind of skated over earlier, which was appointed and then confirmed by the board, I really, really want to hang on to what does confirmed by the board mean? And is this a unilateral appointment power and we just all nod and smile, or is this actually a meaningful process where we as a board get to see applications? It'd be cool if there's more than one. Sometimes there's only one, but publicly posting, receiving, viewing, certainly not having public conversations about specific individuals, but understanding the qualifications and expertise and reasons, because it does talk about why we would want certain people on certain boards. So more transparency, and I would like, as a board, for us to have an actual role in confirming. Because I think that there's some concern that this might not be happening in as open a manner as possible. Recent examples have come up. We've had a couple of folks concerned about what was apparently happening on the Parks and Recs Commission, not understanding why people were being removed or asked to leave and other people being appointed. And that confusion is really the opposite of what we need. These boards and commissions are so valuable to this town, and it is a workforce multiplier for us. It is an expertise multiplier for us, so that we can get people who know different things from different areas to provide feedback. It's part of what makes local government special. And I think it's really important that we have larger conversation about this. There's differences of opinion about what has been done before and what should be done now, but the beauty is we're the ones who are here right now. And so we actually get to make these decisions. And I think it's clear already there's confusion and it's causing some discord. And I think clarification would be great.
Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, I'm concerned too about the lack of specificity on the so-called confirmed by the board of trustees. This is my 3rd term, and in the previous 2 terms, I never once had any inkling that we were supposed to approve of the mayoral appointments. They were simply announced and they went forward. Having served on some of these boards for 12 years too, and being party to sitting in on these appointments, like when my appointment was made, there was never any discussion. So we're not going by the letter of the law, but we need to confirm exactly what we mean. I don't want to see a public vetting process, however. I think it would be adequate to pass around the application for the prospective board or commission member, just be able to see that. I don't want to debate here to see if this person has the qualifications to serve on a particular board, because God knows we have a tough enough time filling the vacancies now. We don't want to add another wrinkle to it. So if we can somehow come up with a reasonable vetting process that doesn't involve any sort of public debate, I would be in favor of that.
I will say with respect to circulation of the applications, after the last meeting, and I directed town staff to go ahead and circulate the applications that had been filed by the people who were listed for appointments. And I have no problem with that. Attorney Devon, those are basically public documents under Quora, correct?
Yeah, I mean, absent any like personal identifying information like emails, phone numbers, addresses, those would be public information.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to see those posted publicly, but in terms of board, in terms of other trustees being able to see them. I think several trustees expressed an interest in doing that, and I have absolutely no objection to that. I think it's a good move. Other comments, statements of position, questions? Trustee McCreary.
Yeah, just to build on everything that's been said so far, I mean, I think, you know, for example, even tonight, how we've handled the Sundance applications is perfect. I mean, we don't have to vote in the same way because we're not creating, but just in that sort of anonymity was great. We all got a chance to see it. We all had a chance to give our input and it wasn't this big, you know, vetting public display. And I just made some notes before the meeting and just thinking of our roles as commission liaisons, we see ourselves as a supportive and communicative entity to, and as non-voting members of these commissions. And so with those goals of facilitating communication and improving trust and ensuring that these commissions are operating well, I mean, it's in our best interest to, you know, even if somebody were to be removed and replaced, it's in my eyes, a board member's duty to respectfully communicate to that commission what is happening. Because I think, you know, the ambiguity around it as a whole that we've seen with this one example is truly the only piece of it that has caused so much strife. The reluctance to share reasonings of why, and the reluctance to even entertain questions respectfully. I've seen those emails come through just on the commissions. And as to Trustee Lowell's point, it's hard enough to get people to fill these spots. There's so many vacancies coming up on EAB and SFC. The last thing we need is for people to be afraid to join. Just because of this ambiguity. So the more clear we can be with our citizens, the more civic participation I think we'll see as a whole on every commission, etc.
Yeah, and I will say in that regard, there are a couple of other applications for things pending that I've intentionally held them and not proceeded with them until we could have a discussion as a board and clarify what the process is, because I didn't think it would be fair to those people to not know what the process was going to be to consider their application. And so,
What about a workshop on?
is there general agreement that a workshop is appropriate on this?
Yes.
Sure. Other Trustee Williams, any comments?
I'm happy to work it in a workshop. The things I will bring to the workshop are, I agree that we need more clarity and transparency about it. I also would vote wherever possible for simplicity. So to build something that requires regular review of a lot of applications for the 70 or so people who serve on these commissions, maybe more than we bargained for. But I do think that especially the liaison and also the rest of us would like to have some visibility into the process and opportunity to comment on it, if we can do that in a way that's discreet.
Mayor Pro Tem Ingrid, any further thoughts?
So in my professional career and actually in my dealings with Boulder County Democratic Party and the state, they do have processes for these types of things. And some of the simpler pieces of that are even every time there's a new mayor and board, just what you did, which ones do you want to be a part of? You ask people on the team, hey, you've been here 2 years, are you ready? Amy asked me at PCDC, hey, I'm done being the leader. Do you want to be the leader? And then we ran for office, so it didn't, you know. But having a process, simple one documented. And where the people, we also had a process, even with the fire department, where there's some requirements. So if you're not gonna show up for meetings, maybe we don't want you in the group, you know, we need you to meet some kind of quota on participating.
Yeah, there isn't. I think you missed more than 3 meetings. I think you're subject.
I'm okay.
Yeah, no, not you. I mean, a commission, if a commission member misses more than 3 consecutive meetings, I think it.
I'm excused.
Creates issues. And I will say in that regard, it's going to be my practice, as it has been with every appointment that I've proposed so far, to check with the board liaison to that commission and also the chair of that commission with respect to, do you think this person will fit? Or do you have somebody else to suggest? And I think that should be done. You get into potentially open meetings issues if you try to check with multiple trustees or multiple commission members outside of meetings. That becomes an issue. But I think at a minimum, I think it would be appropriate for a mayor to check with the board liaison, with the commission liaison, and with the chair of the commission. I will say that has not always been done in the past. I've served as the board liaison to, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 different commissions at this point, and some mayor would sometimes give me a call and say, what do you think about this person who's applied, and I'd give my opinion. Others, I would show up at the board meeting and hear the announcement that my commission had a new appointee. And so it hasn't been, that practice has not been uniform in the past, but it is my intention to follow that practice during the term that I am here, so. Further input, I think I hear a consensus that we should set this for a future workshop item and try to clarify the issues that the town attorney has identified.
Do we have any urgent openings that we need to fill rather
Um,
than postpone some of these or all of these?
Each of the appointments that are here, and I think each of the applications that I have received that I haven't gone forward yet on are all for vacancies. And there isn't, you know, the code right now provides that all vacancies will be filled. You do advertise the vacancies, which are all on the town website in case anybody wants to volunteer. So there is a process for that, I don't think there's any serious problems with that. The vacancies are advertised and as I said, we should have no problem with making the applicants who respond to those vacancies, their applications available to the full board. And then I will normally consult with the board liaison and the chair of those. So I think that's the case with each of the appointments that are on the agenda for tonight, the remaining ones and the others that I've received. So I think the issue that arose that came when there was a long pending application for a commission that was full, there was no vacancy on. So I would not propose to go forward with any more appointing successors to full commissions until the board has had a chance to discuss this and clarify the process.
I was mostly thinking of the PCDC, which I know has lost some representation. I don't know that we need to fill every vacancy when we're on the eve of talking about how best to do that.
Okay.
But if there are some commissions, maybe the PCDC qualifies or maybe it doesn't, where we need to fill it in order for them to do their business, then I suggest we move forward with that and maybe only that.
Yeah, there's one, it's a bit later, and there's one additional appointment to the PCDC now, but that will still leave a vacancy. So we're not foreclosing the possibility of changing the process for that one.
So just to clarify,
Yes.
you're gonna bring forward, obviously, the appointments this evening.
Right.
And then we're gonna workshop before you bring forward any additional.
I'd be glad to do that. I don't think there's anything that's pending critical. There will be, I guess, 5 or 6 members on the PCDC. I was concerned because they were down to 4. This would make 6 if we do these tonight. I was concerned about them not being able to get a quorum with only 4 members.
Yep, there was a quorum last time we met, so we still had one person absent, so And we wouldn't
All right.
have one new member,
Yeah,
I think
so-
PCPC is okay.
That's fine. Some people had to hold off on additional appointments till we clarify the process. I don't think if there's anything critical. I would say if, as liaison, you see that there's an issue that somebody,
Sure.
two members are gonna be absent for the next, on vacation or something like that, let me know and we could proceed if there's a critical need for that.
Great.
Okay, next item, trustee Jacobs, it was your request, discussion direction on posting of possible board of trustees agenda items.
Yes, this is the part of your idea about posting things a week earlier, which I support, and I would like to find a way to do it in a broader way. I think only posting it on the Facebook page doesn't reach a lot of people in town, and it's not an official. Apparently, it's not official communication, even though it's of business that would be discussed in a meeting. So I just want to get some thoughts and discussion about, are there other places we can make that information more widely available on the town website, on the town Facebook page, email, something. It just feels like a select group of people, and I know it's lots of people use Facebook, but lots of people don't use Facebook, and lots of people in particular don't get in groups on Facebook because of what they're like. And so I think we're sort of giving access to a group of people, which is great. Let's give access to, how can we give access to more groups of people? So I'm just wanted to open that up for further conversation.
Kind of the background on this, the last board, we made an effort to increase the advance information given to citizens about board meetings. That the town staff attempted to use the town e-blast system to advise citizens of what would be on the agenda, rather than just anybody can sign up to get the board of trustees agendas. But as we all know from ourselves reading them, not everybody's going to read through all these items to try to find something of interest. And so the town staff tried to somewhat condense those into the things that were going to be that were going to be put on the agenda. That didn't happen though until after agendas were posted on Thursdays. And also my view of that was that the things that were likely to be of the most public interest got buried still with other things. So I decided that I, as mayor, if I was elected mayor, was going to try to basically, on my own, pick out 4 or 5 things that I consider to be of the greatest public interest, and try to post them earlier, with appropriate disclaimers that agendas change all the time. They change during the week. They change sometimes at the board meeting itself, because we can change our agendas by deleting items. It was basically trying to increase communication with the citizens. I've received considerable positive feedback from that, and thanks from a number of citizens, both online and in person. It's something that I intend to continue doing. As to why I only post on Facebook, that's the only social medium that I use. I don't do TikTok. I don't do X. I still struggle with doing Facebook actually, and I think as someone else said earlier, not a perfect forum by any means. It's simply the widest distributed forum in the town of Lyons. Lyons, now called Lyons Colorado Happenings, has 6,000 followers. I think that's the right term. Lyons Open Discussion has about 2,000. The town's Facebook page has 388.
Yeah,
So
we need.
that's why I chose that forum in campaigns and prior discussions about town matters in my prior terms. I think it reaches the most people. Understand not everybody participates in it, and that's certainly their choice. Anybody who chooses not to do Facebook could choose to get on the town's e-blast list, could choose to themselves go on the town website and check the agendas when they're posted. So it's not like that information is being withheld from anybody. It's just, I'm trying to provide additional advanced information of things that I think may be of greatest public interest. And that was the personal choice that I've made, and I'm gonna continue to do that. So welcome input, discussion from other trustees on that as well. Mayor Pro Tem Mayor.
So I have offered, because I was on some boards and commissions and Sarah assigned me. We can create something, a one pager, pretty colorful, that we can put at the post office in the official place.
We can't anymore.
They told us we could.
No, not anymore. The feds have changed that. We can't post anything.
If we put one at Walt Self, I mean, there's lots of places we could put it that tell you, here's how we tell you what's going on.
His staff have already created a pretty one pager with this, but I was told not to use it.
Oh.
Well, if we tell people, so I personally, before I became a board member, would get the spam texts every time an agenda changed. And then I discontinued it, because my phone was like, ping, 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 ping. I also got all
Did you
these.
sign back up because?
Ping, 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 ping. So there are lots of ways. I miss getting the utility bill paper. I'm old. I like paper more than I like electrons.
You can still do it.
I know I can still do it. So I would offer that I mean, there's many of us that would do some outreach. To capture more folks, wherever that
My
is.
response is any member that wants to do that on their own, great. And for the record, I have absolutely no problem with the town staff continuing to send out e-blasts, postings in town hall, whatever method the town staff wishes to do to inform citizens about board of trustees agendas. I'm fine.
I think one of our issues for staff is we have a social media policy. And Lions Happenings and those other sites are not our official site.
Right.
And so unless you want to change that, we need to be directing people to the town government Facebook page for all of those things and get them using it. So they know what is factual and what isn't. It's a hard thing to do and it may take time, but right now staff we are not responding on social media. And so, and that was purposeful by a policy, so.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that
Yeah.
should change in any respect. But just to be clear, if the town staff wishes to continue to try to do e-blasts in advance of meetings to inform citizens of what is on the agenda, I'm absolutely fine with that. The more community, if somebody else wants to
This is about
post
the
things.
possible thing, not so much about
Yeah.
agenda when it's set is fine, but what do we want to do about the possible?
Do you turn off commenting when you post those?
I checked with the administrators of those sites. The prior administrators of Lions Happenings did not want me to turn off comments, so I didn't. The new administrators of that site have believed it's best to turn off comments on that site, so I do.
Yeah, because you don't want to get into a dialogue.
Agreed.
In my opinion, the more information, the better, whether it's paper, whether it's Facebook, and various sites. And as we all know here, when we post something on Facebook, we have to put a disclaimer, everybody knows that, right?
Yeah.
I think it's on your personal, if you have a mayor page or a trustee page.
Trustee Jacobs, were you trying to?
Yeah, it's not, the draft agenda is one thing, but this is sort of a somewhat moderated chosen list of a few bullet point items, so I think it needs to be a consistent message that it can't just be we're putting out the draft agenda, but the mayor's putting out this thing of bullet point items that may seem to be more important because these are what the mayor is focusing on. That information, I think, should be available widely, not just on open discussion and lines.
Trustee Williams.
I think there is some real value to getting this information out broadly on a bunch of different fora as early as possible. I think there are two hazards to doing it this way. One is the earlier we put it out, the more likely it is to change. And true, we can live with that to some extent, but the earlier we do it, the worse that hazard gets. The other is the more different people or groups or agencies or neighborhoods that take it upon themselves to communicate about one of these issues, the more likely we are to sow some confusion about what the agenda is going to be I worry a little bit about us having a lot of daylight between when you mayor are ready to announce some topics and when the town is ready to announce topics. Or a lot of daylight between the 25 things that will ultimately appear on an official agenda and the 5 that seem worth highlighting a week or so ahead of time. The more daylight we have in those 2 respects and maybe some others, the harder it's going to be to get the kind of engagement and clarity and universality that we're all, I think, hoping for. So if there's one way that Administrator Simonson and the mayor can agree on several things, and maybe it's the 2 of you, since you always work it, or maybe it's with other trustees or our sort of most senior other trustee stepping in and saying, yeah, those seem like the right 5 things, then I think that's a great thing. I don't think you should feel, Mayor, obliged to dampen your communications effort. But I think it would be in everybody's best interest, especially the towns, if it can be lined up as cleanly, as clearly, as consistently with what you, Administrator Simonson, are able to do on a regular basis. It's a huge effort to put together just the Thursday thing every week, but to try to get some glimpse of it a few days early would be useful if it's not a crazy amount of effort to try to line it up. And maybe you're using the town Facebook account, but also posting from that account, not only independently, but on Lines Happenings or on open discussion or in a couple of places. And you continue to use the e-blast. And you use
We'd
the
have to change
newsletter.
our policy.
Sorry?
We would have to change our policy.
You can't participate in a Lions Happenings.
Not as the town, I could as an individual, but I choose not to.
I wouldn't ask you to do it
Yeah,
as an
no,
individual, but
no.
I'm surprised that the town.
No,
can't.
it's on purpose because it gets so distorted and you get into power struggles with people and we don't have the bandwidth to do that. I have a staff who maybe spends,
Well, if that's not the
Couple hours a
best
week,
place for the town to post something, then maybe you continue to do e-blasts and newsletters and texts, sorry.
and the town site.
The
Yeah.
places that you think are appropriate, but I would try to line it up with when and what somebody as prominent as the mayor is also trying to post.
So. Unless I'm hallucinating, I think I saw a Town of Lions post got shared on
Well, people
Lions
share them all the time.
Happenings
It's just we don't.
from. Well, I thought it was from the town, it was like on Bloom Pickup or something. But couldn't we, and even you, when you post a short blurb, or even if you're on the town site with it's just the shorter, without the whole packet, just the shorter agenda, have a link on whatever that post is that points you to the official.
Yeah.
And just make that an always occurrence, always link to the official. With the disclaimer that this stuff could change 5 minutes before the meeting.
There is a nice qualifier that you could attach to it is if it changes, go to this site regularly in case it changes.
That's exactly what I've done. Yeah, but I can't link on Monday to an agenda that's not published.
Oh, yeah, it's not there yet.
I can and have
Or just set a
said,
page,
I can and have said,
the main landing page with all the agendas.
I can and have said, you can get the full official agenda on Thursday. Here, I give the link, people can do it. So,
That's good.
Trustee Shores.
Maybe this is an area we can all keep our antenna up for best practice learning from other cities, how they deal with this. And try to expand with the goal of expanding transparency and engagement. I think that's the united goal of everyone. And 2, I don't know if this works for local government, but charter school board I'm on, we have a board calendar where we say at the beginning of the year, the things we always do in each month. I don't know if that is at all helpful, but probably the work of the board here is sometimes you do regular things, maybe a third of the job is regular things, and there's some things that come at you. You can noodle on that, maybe helpful, maybe not. Or even quarterly, like this quarter, we almost always approve our budget.
Yeah, we don't have much that's consistent.
That'd be mainly the
Budget, maybe.
Budget.
Couple things, we have looked at best practices on this and we talked about them early on when you guys were campaigning. Some of those things are, you go to every other week. So one Monday's a workshop, the next Monday's the board meeting. That gives people a whole week to comment. All the materials are out. Your meetings go much faster, your workshops are a little longer. That's one alternative. The other is you switch your day of the week we meet, give people another day. You know, we shoot to have packet out Wednesday and your meeting's not till Tuesday or something. You know, there's other ways communities do that. I think what I've seen over the years is the most contentious issues that could have been avoided are because people were brought in too early before staff were ready with the information. And they make up all their own stuff. And they don't have the facts yet. And so as Trustee Williams said, there's some, you know, we want to be as trans, it's not that we aren't ready to talk about it. We just aren't ready. I mean, if we're not ready to talk about it, it's too early sometimes. And that's when we get into people really getting upset about things that aren't even done yet. So I think for me, that's the one to balance, is because it takes a lot of staff energy and time to diffuse. I'd rather have the time to get ready and present it correctly once.
Yeah.
But it does, as the mayor will tell you, it changes up to the day of the meeting. And, you know, we even think about the order to try to make sure we're being really reasonable about what's gonna have the most impact and which is gonna, but it does change. I mean, it's like tonight's executive session, we're having a public hearing at 11 at night or something, and that's not ideal. It's not ideal.
Anything further?
I'm interested to hear more about the other ideas.
Sure.
Moving on to boards and commissioners, Sundance Film Festival, appointment of members. For those in the audience who are watching online, the procedure that was followed here is we have a short discussion at the workshop, and each member each trustee who has had the opportunity to review all of the applications that were received for the Sundance Film Festival Task Force, completed a paper ballot and voted for 7 candidates. There was
Here's
some,
the tally and there's one for Victoria.
before I read those, who's on it and who's not, I do want to say that the number of applications received from citizens and people in the area was overwhelming. Extremely large number and extremely well qualified people. And I would urge everybody who applied and was not selected, or even some of those that were selected, since this is a temporary task force, please consider volunteering your service for the vacancies that exist on other boards and commissions. There are some, they're advertised on the town website, and the qualifications of some of these people are really outstanding. We have great resources in this community. So if you don't end up on the task force or subcommittee of the task force, or even if you do, please consider applying for one of the vacancies that we have. Should I read this into the record? Is that?
No, I don't think you want to do all the votes. If you look at the numbers,
yeah.
we know we have one EBC representative and we only have one application. So you had 7 votes for ASA Firestone to represent EBC. We had, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, you do have 5 people with 4 votes.
6.
Oh, 6, good, because we have Ashley Parks, 4 votes for the LCD rep. And then Crystal got the other 3, because I think there was a little confusion there.
Yeah.
I think if you name the 4 votes on here, that will give you the best start.
Okay, well, I mean, the resolution creating the task force specified that there would be 1 member from the EDC.
And that'd
And
be
1 member
ASA,
from the Lions Creative District.
and that would be.
Asa Firestone
Asa,
is
yes.
an EDC representative. He was the only one that applied.
Yep.
And, the votes for the 2 LCD representatives with 4 votes for Ashland Parks. Correct?
Yeah, and then your
3 for,
at large, you 5 at large.
yeah, and so then there'd be 5 at large, other,
Jesse Garland. Gil Sparks. Teresa Pennington. Betsy Burton. And Sarah Lorraine.
so that's. That makes 7. We don't have to break your ties, so that was going to be, so, okay.
Crystal, was that the
So,
Crystal's yes?
so the members of the commission based on these votes would be Jesse Garland, Bill Sparks, Teresa Pennington, Betsy Burton, Asa Firestone, and Sarah Lorraine, and Ashley Parks.
Yeah, and I think the LCD one's still a little messy. I don't know, yeah, doesn't matter to us. So,
I can speak for mine, and other trustees can speak for themselves, was that I envisioned that the EDC would name a representative and that the LCD would name a representative, and whoever they want to name would be fine with me. I don't know if the other trustees have anything disagree with that, and so I think we basically will leave it up to you to pick one.
And then this group picks their chair and co-chair.
yes,
The resolution provides that the commission, the task force itself, I think it's board, it's chair, co-chair, whatever. And there's been discussion among some of the people that have been just working on this for a while, that there may well be a need and desire for some subcommittees and.
And you should tap all of these names.
There's some excellent community resources here, and, so there'll be plenty to do, and I'm sure the 7 members would welcome, help from all of these who apply and others in the community who may wish to serve in other areas. Yes, trustee McCready.
I wonder, so since they're picking the chair and co-chair amongst themselves,
Mhm.
maybe once that happens, they can identify themselves to us and then we can appropriately share the rest of these applications with them, because there were people who applied who specifically said they were interested in a subcommittee position, which is why they maybe didn't get votes for the first 7, but would be good for you all to know who they are. Does that feel appropriate?
It does to me.
And
Trustee
just
Jacobs.
commenting on, the only person we had who really had experience with short-term rentals was Wendy Miller, and she didn't make it cut, so I think we need to be really mindful of. That's a knowledge gap that we're gonna have, and that was actually,
that's the main
that
purpose.
was in the, was that not in the resolution that we were gonna have someone? So I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but that's a really marked lack of expertise in one of the most important things that this task force is gonna do. So are we committed to having to go with these votes, or do we have some discussion about how to do, I don't know, I'm just worried about that, because that's a subject matter expert that we are lacking.
My recollection of the resolution was it identified some desirable background qualifications, but that there wasn't a requirement of people with each of those being on there, which is something that was recommended, except for the EDC and the creative district representatives.
It's resident.
It's preferably with short-term rental rates.
Yep.
Just throw it
Yeah.
out there as a, that's a
Because
pretty
that
hard,
includes
huge
at least
piece of
one-
this.
The task force shall include at least one homeowner within the town, preferably with short-term rental experience, at least one local business owner, representative LCD and the EDC, and then others with expertise. So it felt like that was the leading.
So we have homeowners on here and business owners on,
Yeah.
to your point. I think that could be a good subcommittee also that really is gonna do a deeper dive and maybe tap more people that didn't understand what this Sundance. Maybe they think it's just all about scheduling movies and
It's
not
not.
getting places.
Yeah, because
not
that's
over.
really important, like, that's a really neat.
Indeed, the short-term rentals is one of the things that I think trustee Locals already pointed out needs most, in our view, the most prompt attention, because that's gonna require some kind of staff involvement and recommendation and possibly Board of Trustees ordinance to modify the existing requirements for short-term rentals. It's important.
I think with the information we have from Boulder, and I think it was Victoria, was it Lafayette or Louisville?
Louisville, I think.
They've already got it laid flat, and
I think Boulder's still working on their ordinance. I think.
imitation is the best form of flattery. No, in terms of the short-term rental.
Yeah, I think that they are still working on their ordinance. How to
We're
modify
gonna
it,
have
it's been
a-
discussed, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
He spent a lot of time thinking about short-term rental policies in the past, so we can lean on that as well.
Yep. Okay.
Mark, do you wanna take that?
We don't normally, but in this case, I'll make an exception.
Yeah, I'm not normal. Who's gonna notify the successful applicants and who's gonna schedule the first meeting? And who's gonna be the board liaison and?
There is that.
The staff liaison.
I think the town clerk would be the appropriate person to notify people that they've been selected to the task force. The question as to who calls the first meeting.
Well, whoever the board liaison is, I think can call their first meeting
Good idea. So.
with the staff, because they'll, you know, when we look.
And there'll be a staff liaison as well.
Yeah, and the staff liaison, we are leaning toward it being Kristen Bruckner. She's interested in that, and has a little more bandwidth with LCDs coming on.
And it would seem appropriate that she might take the administrative lead in terms of the communications to.
That's up
The
to
members.
that group if they
I
wanna
mean,
have a
in terms
reporter or something.
I mean, in terms of initially informing them of, here's what. In terms of the board liaison, I'll open the floor to volunteers for the,
Be a lot.
for the Sundance Task Force liaison position.
I will wear so many hats.
She's wearing a lot of hats.
I definitely have interest, but I don't know if I could do.
Amy,
Yeah, I'm PCDC.
you have some good experience with property stuff.
Yeah. I don't wanna disappoint, this is too important, I don't wanna overcommit under the record.
What about you, Lee?
I can do it if necessary. I don't know anything about the arts.
You
I
don't
know a
have
little bit about
to.
management.
No, you
Here's,
just need
here's
to-
our understanding. This first year, all films will be shown in Boulder. They have identified their venues.
Yeah,
It won't be until they have it all situated and is successful in Boulder that they'll look at expanding those. So this first year, we really want to focus on short-term rentals and how to better experience Lions on a day break or people wanting to get out of, you know, traveling through. So it's how do we get them used to Lions as a venue to visit as we develop our areas in the future? Sounds like EBC to me. Attracting visitors. And artisans, who's LAHC? Oh, that's the name.
Is there
Mm.
a world where we could like share it? I just fear taking on too many things. I'm wearing a lot of hats, even though I do have interest.
But we do a liaison and an alternate in case the liaison just can't make a meeting, kind of like we do. We're setting up for the Dr. Cobb. Somebody would be willing to be the liaison and somebody as the alternate, that way I could share some of the time.
I saw the mayor was able to get rid of a few commissions tonight in state level things.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
The Dr. Cog and the consortium and some other things, I don't know.
I guess I'd be interested if you shared
You wanna share it?
it. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
This is how co-chairs happen.
We will leave it up to you whether to flip a coin as to who's the one in the alternate. I think sharing it is fine.
And I will
I love
confirm,
it all the time.
and I'll confirm my staff appointment tomorrow,
Okay, and Kristen's
and let you
great.
know that.
Okay,
We have another,
we see, it's 10:27. I think we really need to move on.
Okay, it was just Ashley and I can be an alternate too.
Okay.
So that was
You would-
the goal.
If you just let people know.
I need one though that put on the.
Put on the board, okay.
Let's see, next time is mayoral appointments. As I've mentioned, number one, I'm not proceeding with it this time. Is there any objection, comment? Should we do appointment by appointment votes? Yes, comments on
I think
the
they're all
other
right.
appointments? And yes, I will say for the record that I have talked to the commission chairs and liaison for each of those appointments.
I highly recommend all of them.
For now, until we clarify the procedure for the actual confirmation process, I'll just say, note for the record that there are no objections to those appointments. And there is a process that staff follows for notifying the people that they can.
We will.
There's nothing to avoid.
So Laura sends you a really cool letter that you put on your wall.
Trustee reports, you can use an hour, I would request to be fairly short. I think we're moving down, gonna be one of my policies, try to just, so we don't call them the same people every time. I would like to start running to move down each time. I'll go real quickly. It's LAHC met and covered an amazing number of items in an hour and a half, very efficiently run commission. There are all kinds of incredible art and sculpture projects in the works. I won't take the time and give the hour to go through all of them, but that commission continues to do amazing things. And I'll just point out for those of you who aren't familiar, they don't just operate with approximately $11,000 that's budgeted to them by the town. They use that money as basically seed money to obtain additional grants and matches from all kinds of organizations, and they stretch that money a long way and do great things for our town.
And a big work for you.
And they will have, they do an annual fundraiser of Farm to Table dinner at the Farm Art, but that's not till September, but I'm reminding people of that. Just,
Policy Advisory Board was a presence at the confluence around the high school. If none of you have never gone to that, you can make it a point next year. The kids are pretty impressive with all their science and ecological projects. Parks and Rec Commission met with very light agenda. The one thing will be coming before this board. They're going to rescind the previous small dog park plan in favor of an alternative. So we'll be seeing that soon and get some plan. So
So PCDC met on May 11th. There was a quorum and Doug Matthews was sworn in, so they just decided to delay the officers' elections until more folks are present. And they had a discussion, a workshop on signage.
Our favorite.
Yes, in terms of future agenda items, I would like to discuss in the next couple of meetings or so, just our relationship with the Boulder County Commissioners. I've left that last meeting wanting more and unclear about how we as trustees take action on a number of those items. So, I'd like to, particularly, I think the trails and the pesticides, I'd like to prioritize those. That's it.
Trustee Jay.
All right, as a Human Services Commission, just tracking Lions Valley Townhome activities, got some units open, got a new property manager. A few pretty cool things that they're doing in the community. They're doing a radon kit, sort of local program, trying to have people check out radon kits from the library or get. So they're gonna spread the word about that as they pin that down. Gonna do a spam education, protecting people from scams and fraud. They're trying to look for a date in June to do an education. For, Walt self folks, but for the whole community, just trying to not fall for stuff. And then they brought up something that they had apparently talked about before with Lisa Ritchie. like doing an education, how to ADU kind of thing, giving people information in the town on how to actually take advantage of this awesome opportunity that we have. So they said that Lisa was looking for some grant money and then it just sort of fell to the wayside. So I just want to kind of.
We actually got it.
Okay, cool. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Trustee McCrary.
Great. So the EDC met on May 13th. There was no quorum, but loosely discussed, the waiver for park use fees issue in general. They're opposed to waivers for park use fees, even with nonprofits. There's no prioritization, over who gets to use the park, yada, yada. That was their guidance. And just, Grace, with her time at Planet Bluegrass, had a recommendation of like 10% of businesses that go into a big event be local, or at least they attempt that, like thinking of like Old Man Winter, kind of an idea there. And then, something we'll probably see come up with the Hootenanny being in Bone Park. In the past, when they've used River Bend, they've, been able to ask for donation for use or for parking on site. We don't want to waive the parking fees structure that we have, so there was an idea that for the Hootenanny, they could essentially like rent out the parking lot through Leaf and LCF and then ask on their behalf, like essentially for recompensation, like through donations, people can pay whatever to park there. But that they will have covered the parking fees upfront. That's an idea, not a requirement. Outside of that, Paul from Chamber of Commerce attended the EVC meeting to give a light update on the status of the Chamber of Commerce. Right now, they're looking for a new director. They have hoped to hire a new director by beginning of June. And then work on laying foundational work through the end of the year, one of which is assisting with this community events calendar. Seems everybody is on the same page, LCD, Chamber of Commerce, all of us. More information, the better. SFC met on May 14th. Recapped just their work on Earth Week. It was Kathy Carroll's last meeting as the SFC chair, so gratitude for her work, even though it was a hello goodbye for me. They don't have a vice chair currently, and nobody stepped up during the meeting, so right now there is no chair or vice chair, so that's a question. Hopefully some new people, they've got some vacancies as well, hopefully people will
How many
be.
members do they have left?
That's what I was trying to do the math on. We were talking about those. I'm not certain, because some people attended virtually.
We can give you a list.
So I know there's a new appointment coming. But yeah, it just seems like that one is left a little bit high and dry right now. Why did I just blank? Mr. Keen, what's his first name? Ed, no, Ed, yeah. Ed Keen is attending a meeting tomorrow morning. Virtually, Routt County came out with a decarbonization plan. Oh, you too. For their town, and they're sharing what they did for that. And so I hope to also attend. Trustee Williams is also attending, so we might learn some things on how to decarbonize our town. But he is also, Ed is also going to be hosting an educational workshop on July 14th in the community room at the library. On heat pumps, etc., that whole electrification process. So stay tuned for better details. They just booked the idea. So
Trustee Williams.
Nothing from a historic preservation this time around. A couple things that I'd add to Gil's summary of what happened at a Louisville panel on Sundance. Two things I thought were sort of interesting and applicable to us. One was the breadth of people they had on the panel. They had someone who did community development for Louisville, community development for Boulder, They had someone from the hospitality industry in Boulder. They had the same representative from the governor's office, and we met. And they had an expert in short-term rentals. So they sort of had the landscape. It was largely about short-term rentals and about housing, but not entirely. And that's sort of the second point is, it seemed as if they very much mirrored what Administrator Simonson said a minute ago, where housing may well matter on its own, but it's largely an entree to other opportunities for our businesses and for our community and our culture.
Okay. The next item is an executive session, which.
Could I just add one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Listening to the EVC update, before there's a bunch of work that goes into a community calendar, I want to make sure people are aware that the town has 2 websites. And Dolores, if I could really quickly share this is gonna really get people excited, hopefully. We have not only the Town of Lyons official website, we have another one called Lyons Colorado. It's Visit Lyons. And, we already have, Kim has been working really hard. I just want to show you what's on this site. This is our Lyons Colorado. We have a community calendar that shows every night of the week what's going on at individual businesses.
Wow.
Yeah, and when you go to these, it takes you right to all of the event. This goes out it's all there. So we don't need to be creating that again.
Getting the info.
This is a program called Yodel that we subscribe to, and what it does is it scrubs social media. So if a business has it advertised on their social media page, it'll pick it up. And then folks that don't advertise on social media, she can give an invite. So like if Honest Harvest doesn't do that, they can put their own stuff up here. But this should be in every lodging in town. They look at how much stuff is going on every night of the week here. I mean, it's pretty amazing. So this is already.
Oh, yeah. So I know LCD is thinking about that thing too, so maybe there's just a way that they can just help broadcast what's already there.
Absolutely. So I just,
Yeah.
this is really, it's kind of there. I think people really don't realize how much our communications is doing, because they're all going to a social media site that's not. Yeah. Yeah. So just let you know that.
Cool.
You should all know that as well. This should be out there, so every night of the week, people know what's going on.
This is on Visit Lyons?
Yep. Well, it's actually Lyons, Colorado. Yeah, but if you do Visit Lyons, it comes up too, I think.
Yeah, there's one thing. And just, I know the idea of a calendar also came up when we were talking about publishing the agenda items. But I would be the last person to say that we want to put a greater burden on you and staff to publish a dozen things, a dozen places, a dozen times. A lot of things like this you already do that we don't get full advantage of. So let's try not to end up either in a workshop or with you interpreting our direction, or just by accident putting a crazy new burden on you and everybody on one of the things that you spend the most time on already, which is producing our agendas, producing our packages, letting people get the kind of notice that they need.
Yeah, just people need to be familiar with that one, especially because that has everything about how to tube, golf cart stuff. It has all the restaurant menus in town. It's really pretty much what the chamber dropped. We picked up.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Summary of action items actually precedes the executive session.
Yes, okay. Number 1, I've got to plan a tour of the wastewater treatment facility for the board. Item 2 is we're to send the sandstone culvert report to the Board of Trustees. Item 3, schedule the Board of Trustees retreat sooner than later. Item 4, the board consensus was to apply for the 4 proposed grants in Administrator Simonson's report. 5 is to draft a letter of support for the bikeway. 6, the board gave a nod to approve the Board of Trustees audio upgrades. Next, 7, share grant reconciliation spreadsheet with the Board of Trustees. Next, I have board consensus is all supportive need more information. Oh, that's on the art wall. Yes, okay. And then next, the art wall site information is to be sent to Brandon so he can review accessibility issues. Next, ordinance 1217 passed on second reading. Ordinance 1218 was continued to a date certain of June 1st. Resolution 2026-33 was continued to a date certain of June 1st. Next, I have staff is to compile and share a list of the Board of Trustees priorities. Number 14, Trustee Schwartz is to forward Municipal Leaders Academy information to the board. And then next, we are also to list other boards like CC4CA on that list of organizations. Number 16, schedule a workshop on the board and commission appointments. Number 17, bring best practices for posting agendas on social media and potentially look at changing the policy. And last I have, bring the list of vacancies on the SFC to the board.
Oh, I have a few more.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay.
There was a question, will the town cover Ashley Parker's conference and registration, which I'll look into that. That was from the Lions Creative.
My recollection is the prior board discussed that and stuck with what was in the budget. Now, I think the decision was made, is my recollection.
I just need to follow up with her on that one. Then I have that we need the UEB to recommend how to address the bulk water customers and filling out the water shortage regulations more fully. Did you get the grading?
We continued that.
We continued that.
Yep. She got it.
I have the capital campaign regarding infrastructure and having Cassie meet with Trustee Schwartz. And sending information to Trustee Lowell on the his commission and to Trustee McCurry on the Boulder County Consortium. It seems like there's one more. Oh, scheduling. I had one more, sorry. Oh, a future agenda item with our relationship with Boulder County Commissioners and how to handle common concern. Okay. How many is that?
23.
23. Okay.
Okay, the next time is an executive session for which only the board remains in the room, but I believe the staff has arranged to have someplace else for.
We did.
Those who wish
If there
to
was
come back.
anyone who is here that wants to
Yeah.
wait while we have our executive session, because we'll be coming back out into public for a public hearing. We can have you go in this area if you don't want to go sit out in the cold cars from the rain. And you can continue. to read
At this
it.
time, I would entertain a motion with respect to executive session. Somebody.
It's been fun.
Oh, yeah, and that's on my choice. So that's something we do with anybody. We notify things for plotting, even if you want selected, and you are selected, you're welcome to.
And stay in touch.
Good night, guys. Good night, Gil.
Good night. You too. I actually heard most of you. Some of you. Just.
What? Are you looking at me?
Huh?
No, we're looking at Greg.
Okay, Mark is the most improved.
Oh.
That's most improved.
Get a bonus. All right, I would entertain a motion with respect to.
Okay. Yes, and I'll move to open the executive session pursuant to CRS sections 24-6-4024B and 24-6-4024E for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiations, and for legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding a property dispute, concerning Zero Stickney Street, Lyons, Colorado.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's vote.
That motion passes unanimous.
All right,
Okay,
I'll
Brandon.
see you on the other link. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick though, so take me